Loving you is easy. Living the days of the torture. Living the days of the torture. Living the days of the torture.
But it's time, living in the thoughts and the visions, but between the lines, yeah. I can't even talk with the visions there in my mind. Cause every time I fall, I can feel you there by my side, yeah. So show me the way and I'll follow you. Show me the way, cause that's all I do. Take the leap of faith and I'll dive into my diamonds. I'm finding this divine light inside of you. Tell me that you want me, baby. That ice cold stare, I just wanna know you, baby. From 1 to 3, got me looking everywhere for you. Count the stars you always underneath my skin. My bones are creeping in. I don't want this love to end. Underneath my skin, when I look into your eyes, see the miracle of life shining underneath your skin. Underneath your skin. Underneath your skin. Wake up in the morning to get a touch from your arm. No regrets, I can't forget the scent you had on. Fingernails, they tell the tales of sex, but you're gone. Now I wonder what's coming next in this song. So show me the way and I'll follow you. Show me the way, cause that's all I do. Take the leap of faith and I'll dive into My diamonds are finding this divine light inside of you. Tell me that you want me, baby. That ice cold stare. I just wanna know you, baby. From 1 to 3. Got me looking everywhere for you. Count the stars you on my side. Oh, underneath my skin, my bones are creeping in. I don't want this love to win. Underneath my skin, when I look into your eyes, see the miracle of light shining. Underneath my skin, underneath my skin. Yeah, my bones are creeping in. I don't want this love to win. Underneath my skin, when I look into your eyes, see the miracle of light shine. Underneath my skin, underneath my skin.
I see your face in the shadows, my body pulling you close. You fill my heart when it's hollow. I found somebody to hold. 'Cause I've been reaching for a love that takes me high, and I can see the sun on the horizon. Every time you're looking at me, I didn't know I needed love till I saw you. I got you written on my heart like a tattoo. You light me up when it gets dark, baby, you do. I didn't know I needed love till I saw you. La da 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 da. 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 La da 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 da. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. I hear your breath in the silence, baby, the rise and the fall. We got so numb to the sirens, we couldn't hear them at all. 'Cause I've been reaching for a love that takes me high, and I can see the sun on the horizon. Every time you're looking at me, I didn't know I needed love till I saw you. I got you written on my heart like a tattoo. You light me up when it gets dark, baby, you do. I didn't know I needed love till I saw you. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. La 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 da 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 da.
Are you ready for phase one?
Staring at the stars in the back of my car. Huh. Trying to figure out just who we are. Catching moments on our phones, taking pictures, call it home. Picking words out of our favorite songs, We can stay up all night. Yeah, we'll show them we were right. The city is ours for life. Will you take my hand tonight? We can stay up all night. Yeah, we'll show them we were right. Will you take my hand tonight? Will you take my hand tonight? Yeah, we'll show them we were right. Will you take my hand tonight? We can stay up all night. Yeah, we'll show them we were right. Will you take my hand tonight? Will you take my hand tonight? Wearing cheap perfume, smoking the rain. I make you laugh, trying to heal the pain. Now we're stuck in hotels, missing home. Getting fucked up on our own. Trying to find the place where we belong, where we belong. We can stay young together. We can go on forever. We can tell them that we just don't care. Run through the street and you flick your hair. We can fall like a feather. We can get lost whenever. We can talk till the morning, dream without a warning, you and I. We can stay up all night. Yeah, we'll show them we were right. The city is ours for life. Will you take my hand tonight? We can stay up all night. Yeah, we'll show them we were right. Will you take my hand tonight? Will you take my hand tonight? We can stay young together. We can go on forever. We can tell them that we just don't care. Run through the street and you flick your hair. We can fall like a feather. We can get lost whenever. We can talk till the morning, dream without a warning, you and I. Take my hand tonight. Yeah, will you take my hand tonight? Will you take my? We can stay up all night. Yeah, we'll show them we were right. The city is ours for life. Will you take my hand tonight? We can stay up all night. Yeah, we'll show them we were right. Will you take my hand tonight? Will you take my hand tonight?
They say history is written by the victor, so I don't mind playing the villain. Got a pretty girl to the throne. 'Cause the memory's gone, and I can't even run. I gotta win this just to prove to me I can. I'll divide and I will conquer. I will battle like a warrior. If I'm dying, getting stronger. I'll divide and I will conquer. You're like all I ever wanted, but couldn't afford. I know you like feeling haunted. Would a pretty girl leave you bored? 'Cause the memory's gone, and I can't even run. I gotta win this just to prove to me I can. I'll divide and I will conquer. I will fight like a a problem, but we're happier than they could. And if there wasn't always something dragging us down, like everyone around us saying we're messing around. Well, maybe I can love you, babe, but maybe I'm too afraid of getting less than I gave. I'm not that brave. I'm not that brave. We were so close to everything we wanted, to everything we almost had. We were so close that I could almost feel the pain and it hurt so bad. But there's always something changing the way we go. Like everyone around us thinking that they should have a say, but they don't. Well, maybe I can love you, babe, and maybe I'm too afraid of getting less than I gave. I'm not that brave. That brave. I'm not 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 that brave.
No place I'd rather be. You're the girl I wanna see. You're the girl I wanna be. Baby, it's just you and me. Yeah. No place I'd rather be. You're the girl I wanna see. You're the girl I wanna be. Baby, it's just you and me. Yeah. Baby, it's just you and me. You and me. Baby, it's just you and me. Baby, it's just you and me. Baby, it's just you and me. Oh, I got a lot to say, don't want to share it, but a lot of pain. But I know that you're pure. I'm a disease and you are my cure. Right there, girl, you better move. Right there, can't feel it too. Right there, girl, you better move. Hey, right there, can't feel it too. No place I'd rather be. You're the girl I wanna see. You're the girl I wanna be. Baby, it's just you and me. Yeah. No place I'd rather be. You're the girl I wanna see. You're the girl I wanna be. Baby, it's just you and me. Yeah. Baby, it's just you and me. Oh, baby, it's just you and me. Baby, it's just you and me.
baby, it's just you and me. Baby, it's just you and me. Baby, it's just you and me. You and me. Baby, it's just you and me. Baby, it's just you and me. The things you do, it's like they made you for my body. The way I fit so perfectly with you. Straight lace on me down low. When you give me that cocoa, handcuff me like popo. I'm like, oh no, you doing it all right. You blind me like flashlight. You sexy like all night, all night. Boy, you're so wavy, wavy. And I'm standing here like, take me home. Boy, you're so wavy, wavy. And I'm standing here like, take me home.
You are all so welcome to Sweden and to Halland and Halmstad to this conference and to celebrate Leader 30 years. My name is Ulrika Holmgren and I work for the Swedish Rural Network Support Unit. And I think you can imagine that this is a once-in-a-lifetime experience, making an entrance like this. This is not something we do every day at our office, Sofia. I am going to guide you through this day. And before we get started properly, we have some really important information. Oh, I'm the one who's going to press here. Yeah. Here you see a map of the building, and very important for you to know is that we have emergency exits. We have one there, and we have one on the other side, and of course, over there, like a stewardess, I do this now. And then on your badges here, you have on this side, you have a QR code where you can see the program. This could be useful for you. And you also have the Wi-Fi code. This is something you will use during the day. Today, we're going to use the tool menti.com. I hope you're all familiar with it. You open it in your browser and you can test it right now. And you use the password 78808079. And I would like you to answer the first question right now. Here you have the program for today. The day is divided in 4 blocks. First, we have the welcome ceremony. Then we have the long-term rural vision and CLLD. Then we have future leaders. And finally, smart villages and leader. And between the blocks, of course, we will have coffee breaks or fika, as we say in Sweden, and there will be lunch. The fika will be served outside here, and that will also the lunch be. The dinner tonight will be at Hotel Tylösand, and the buses will leave from here outside Halmstad Theater. Oh! Okay, and now I'm really curious, you technicians, do we have a Menti map to show now? Ah, okay, come on, I need more answers on Menti. The code 78808079. Okay, we have from Portugal, we have quite a lot of people from Sweden, no surprise. I think we have quite a good selection from all over Europe, but I think actually we will look at this map in the end of the day. Don't you think so, Marion? That would be nice. So we will say this, so go in and answer the question and show us where you're from. Okay. So this will keep on working during the day. So we can skip the Menti map for now and go back to the PowerPoint. Now it's time for the opening ceremony. And one more thing for you to use during the day, because we really want you to be active during the day and not just sit here and listen. We have a hashtag, Leader30Years. Please use it during the days you're here in Sweden. But now, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome Miss Marion Eckhard, President of ELAD. Please welcome Marion.
Thank you. Oh, I cannot see you. I didn't imagine it would be that dark. Yeah. Hello, everybody. Welcome all guests. Welcome all LAG representatives. Welcome all leader network representatives and also the representatives of municipalities, regions, European institutions, national institutions, and everybody. I am so happy and excited to be able to welcome you to the Leader 30 Years celebration and conference. And I especially also want to welcome the part of our community that is not able to be here with us today physically. We all have a long journey behind us in so many ways, and it's not over yet. I just want to say that the ones that are not here, unfortunately, you're missing the beautiful setting we are in. We are in Halmstad, a beautiful summer town that has dressed up in winter clothes. We are also expecting today a snowstorm, and we have heard that it can come up to 40 centimeters of snow, and we look forward to it. I cross my fingers that there will be no severe problems because of it. And I am happy that I can share with all of you this favorite time of the year for myself, when the first snow comes. I love it. I absolutely love it. So the last time the international leader community came together was almost 2 years ago in January 2020. And therefore, we wanted now to make a remarkable party. But as you know, the pandemic came in between, and we will try to have a party, even if we have so many countries that have not been able to come here today because of COVID-related reasons. In 5 days, we have been reducing the participant numbers from 192 participants to 149, from 28 countries to 22 countries. So you should maybe learn from me that you should always do hybrid nowadays. And unfortunately, I didn't have the time when I realized this 5 days ago that it should have been hybrid, but at least we have a live stream, and that is why I'm also greeting everybody who is not here. And you also have the possibility to interact with us here via the Menti, but we didn't have time to set up something better. But I hope at least it's a beginning. So the content will be streamed, but the celebration is of course physical, because I think we all tried to do some screen celebrations the last couple of years, and it is square and one-dimensional and not very human. So I think celebration needs presence, and I feel very, very sorry for the 40 participants that planned to come and could not be here. You are here with us in our hearts, at least. Because we have a reason to celebrate. Leader has become 30 years, and I think that already that is remarkable, that we have a method that has been going on for 30 years and it's still going strong. It's 30 years of bottom-up, 30 years of networking, and 30 years of cooperation and local development strategies. And if I only look at our local action group here in Halland that has been active for 14 years, we can see that we have already promoted 300 projects or more. And I still get the question, so tell me, what is the best leader project that has been promoted in your area? And tell us one project that really shows the leader spirit. But of course, that is not possible, because one single project can never tell the whole story of a local action group's work. The added value of a leader is not being done from one project. It is done from the wholeness of the local action group activities and their engagement. So it is the local action group and the project promoters together with the office that create better governance, that create enhanced social capital, and also the better results. So it's not a single project, but they should all contribute to this, and they do. And I'm so happy that we have the possibility to show you more than 30 projects tomorrow on 6 different buses. And on those buses, there will also be local action group members from Halland and also staff from Halland. And we feel very proud to be able to show it to you. And I know that the project owners feel very honored that people from all over Europe are coming to visit you, visit them. So 30 years experience, still going strong. We can keep maturing together and keep innovating together, and try to get a resilient life in this ever-changing world together. And I look forward to days of interaction with all of you. And once again, welcome to Halland.
Thank you, Marion. And now, welcome Miss Mia Lundqvist, board member of Local Development Sweden.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Mia Lundqvist, and I work as a lag manager of one of the Swedish lags, Lider Mälardalen. And as Ulrika said, I'm also a board member of LUS, Lokal Utveckling Sverige, Local Development Sweden, that's the Swedish Leader Association. And unfortunately, our chair, Lovisa Karneland, she wasn't able to be here today, so instead I got the great honor to welcome you all on behalf of LUS to this conference and to the great celebration of Leader 30 years. I'm very happy to be able to welcome both all of you who are here in Halmstad and also you who join us digitally. I'm sure we'll have some really great days together. I would also like to welcome all of our international guests to Sweden. As you're probably aware, Sweden is a very big country geographically. From where we are right now in Halmstad to Gällivare, where our most northern lag office is located, it's almost over 1,600 kilometers. If you go south, the same distance, you get to Milan in Italy. Even though Sweden is a big country, not many people live here. We're only about 10 million inhabitants. So compared to most other European countries, Sweden is sparsely populated. But as you can imagine, there are big differences within the country. You could say that the further north you get, the less people and the more snow you see. This is very simplified, of course, but it gives you an idea. So, as in most other countries, there are great differences also between the Swedish lags and the lag areas. In many ways, of course, not only in population and snow. Therefore, we are very happy to be able to say that almost all of the Swedish lags are members of LUS. And this, of course, makes them members of ILARD too, through LUS. LUS is an association with the purpose of strengthening and developing the leader approach. LUS works to advance and pursue issues concerning leader in a national and international perspective. We represent the Swedish lags and flags in different organizations, authorities, and decision-making bodies. We also aim to increase the exchange of knowledge between lags and flags on a regional, national, and international level. In true leader spirit, we believe that going together will take us further, and this is why we in LUS also find it very important to be members of ILARD. Through ILARD, we can take part in making the voice of rural Europe heard on a European level. And through ILARD, we get invaluable knowledge and inspiration that we can use in our own advocacy on the national level. I've been working with different aspects of rural development for more than 20 years, and my first contact with Leader was in 1999. I find that there is a great difference today in how much attention and what sort of attention that rural areas and the people who live and work in rural areas get, compared to when I started to work with local and regional development. Back then, in the end of the 1990s, rural areas were pretty much only mentioned in terms of problems, if at all. Nowadays, rural issues are spoken of in all sorts of different contexts, and a lot more is said about the opportunities and the strengths of rural people and rural areas. Urban norms are still strong, of course, but I believe rural is on the rise. You only need to look at the fact that we now have a long-term vision for rural areas at the European Union. I also believe that all of us who work with rural development, and in particular with a leader approach, have a rather special window right now due to both the pandemic and the climate crisis. A window to show the importance and the opportunities of all the different rural areas and the people who are living in rural areas, and of course of Leader. And I really look forward to the next 30 years of working with Leader. So, thank you for your time, and once again, welcome.
Thank you, Mia. And now I would like to welcome Miss Sofia Björnsson, who is a member of the steering group of the Swedish Rural Network. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I heard Marion saying that, well, there will be a snowstorm tomorrow. And the last time I was here in Halmstad, there was a snowstorm. For me, this is perfectly normal, normal weather in Halmstad. But yes, Ulrika, thank you. My name is Sofia Björnsson, and I'm a member of the steering group of the Swedish Rural Network, one of approximately 12 members of the steering group. And the Swedish network consists of approximately 120 member organizations. And these organizations are public, they are private, and they also come from our civil society stakeholders. And one of our ambitions in the steering group is that the leader method should be used by more actors in Sweden. This would create even better ways to meet local and regional challenges. This means that we need competence, we need experience, and we need efforts from all our 120 member organizations to get the leader method to reach its full potential. I would say that the governance structure of the Swedish Rural Network is just like a leader partnership. We work for the implementation of the Common Agriculture Policy, and leader is included in the CAP. My daily work is for the Federation of Swedish Farmers. And for us, the leader method is, of course, important for the whole CAP, but also for example, the Farm to Fork strategy and the European Green Deal. Networking means working together. And working together, that is the strength that we can use across sectors, across levels, and across interests. And this will also increase the robustness in a changing world. And by working together in the governance structure, we increase the robustness of the Swedish Rural Network. And this is why the Swedish network is a very broad network. And if you look at how we perform our work, with multi-level governance, member ownership, and the bottom-up approach, it's just like the core of the leader method. I would like to end just by a few wise words from Warren Buffett. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And with that, I again would like to welcome you to Sweden, and I'm looking forward to the meeting we will have today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sofia. And now, welcome to Mr. Tore Holmefalk, board member of Community-led Local Development Halland.
Thank you very much. And everyone, welcome to our area. My name is Tore Holmefalk. I am a longtime farmer and board member of many different organizations and companies. Among them, I've been in the board of the Federation of Swedish Farmers for several years. Today, I'm an auditor in LRF. Here, I am the chairman of the board of our lag. Our board is, as in all lags, a number of people representing the three sectors. We are 24 persons representing the 6 municipalities in Halland and the regions, the civil sector and the private sector. The organization here, we also have our office. The office is situated in Hyltebruk, the only non-coastal municipality in Halland, and which we have found important to be present in the rural area in Rio. At the office, we have a staff. Today, it's 6 persons. You meet them all here. Among them, Marian, our staff leader. In our CLLD, we have in the time in the last period since 2015, we have had more than 90 projects run by many of the LAG members. It is organizations in the civil sectors, it's private sector represents, and it's also municipalities that has had projects. All projects has been to develop the rural areas. It's been in areas of local culture, sports, youth activities, knowledge in food sector, biogas, integration, local theater, coast and lakes fishery. As you hear, it's been a wide area, a broad area of different topics. We have had the possibility for the last years to work with all the 4 funds for our projects. We have also run our own projects in our lag. It's been, among others, youth products to promote the possibility for young people in the rural areas to fulfill their wishes. And we had the special aim to make it simple for young people to, in a smooth way, to run their projects. We also have had projects for rural entrepreneurs to develop the fishery, for crowdfunding, and for immigrant integration in rural areas. As all LAG areas, we have just finished the work to form the strategy for the next period. In the coming years, we will here have the focus on innovative thinking and working, social sustainability in rural areas, promoting entrepreneurship, smart living, and infrastructure and digitalization. The digitalization, as we all have experienced the last 1.5 years, is one of the things that is really important and has made absolute new possibilities, maybe especially for the rural areas. In Sweden, as we now plan to go back from the pandemic era, we can see that the offices in the urban cities, in the centers of the urban cities, are not as important as they have been. A lot of people have realized that working from their home in rural areas is a possibility and will be really a future for the rural areas. Here in Halland, we are glad to welcome you all and to be able to give you a view of all the projects that we have run. And we hope that you all will take part tomorrow when we try to show you the wide area and the inspiration that all the projects have given. It will be an interesting day tomorrow, and there you will get a picture for yourself much better than the one that I could give you here. So once again, welcome to Halland and Halmstad, and I wish you a very good day today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tore. And now, welcome to Mr. Jonas Bergman, politician and chairman of the City Council in the municipality of Halmstad. Sorry.
Thank you.
Many words.
So that's me. Well, dear guests, I'm proud to have been given the honor to be a part of initiating this conference. My name is Jonas Bergman, and I'm the mayor of Halmstad. And Marion, don't let this huge deck of cards frighten you. I've asked for a large font, since I know this is sometimes a dark stage, and I'm also about to turn 50. For those of you who have not previously been to Halmstad, I can tell you that this is a city that has commonly been known as a place where people come to spend their summer holidays, and still is. We obviously have winter too, and I was taken as much by surprise yesterday as perhaps some of you were also. But a lot of people both live in and travel to Halmstad to just enjoy our beautiful shores and our world-class golf courses. But our city is, of course, much more than just a summer destination. This city is a regional center that attracts people with different kinds of lifestyles from all across the globe. Halmstad, we have residents who have come here to gain new insights with the hope of creating a long and successful career. And some start their journey at our huge university. I think we have about 11,000 students here. And I actually moved here 25 years ago just for the university, and I fell in love with this city and decided to stay. And some also live in and move to Halmstad's rural parts to combine work with recreational days in our very beautiful forests. Since you are here to celebrate 30 years of leader work, I want to take the opportunity to just share a few glimpses of how leaders' efforts have left this mark here in Halmstad. This is a picture from a project which is close to my heart. It's a water park built down in the mountain creek of Grötvik in Halmstad. And here people who has a great passion for wakeboarding strived to include all kinds of people in their activities. And this initiative, in part paid for by Leader, this initiative ensured safe paths down to the water, which made it possible for disabled people to enjoy an activity that previously was exclusive for fully able people. And as the activity launched this summer, joy and great enthusiasm met the water park. And this was made possible thanks to Leader. But your impressions in Halmstad do not stop here. This is a project that helped young people to engage in meaningful summer activities. This project was called Sommarkul, Summer Fun, with 2 high school girls with an idea to create activities for young people who would otherwise have been at home in the summer. And the girls themselves had experienced long and boring summers. So they took the things into their own hands and created events by booking gymnasiums and cabins and created fun and games and filled these kids' summer days. And this guy, Jonathan, this is a project that actually has potential to save lives. Since he was a child, he was fascinated by technical solutions to use energy sustainable. One of his findings, which he found when he was 16 years old, was how to clean seawater with the help of excess heat from industries. And his solution generated 30 times cheaper water cleaning processes than regular tap water cleaning. Today, this young man has his own company. I don't know what you did when you were 16, but I can assure you that I did not invent cleaning water factories. And his ambition is to stop the ineffective use of water and to provide fresh water for millions. And he also now exports his technology to other countries in Europe. And I think he's around 20 or something now. These are just a few projects and efforts that have been made possible in our rural places, and these examples are just from Halmstad. I can just imagine the impact that leader projects has had in all over Europe. And without your collective efforts, these positive and concrete methods, this would not be possible. And for that, I would like to thank you, because you have meant a lot. Leader has meant a lot for Halmstad. However, we are not only here to celebrate Halmstad's positive projects, even though I love highlighting our city. We are here to celebrate your 30 years of history. We are gathered here to embrace all successful projects that have made Europe's regional and rural development efficient and sustainable. And today we will also treasure these past years of hard work, where you have increased residents' quality of life all across our continent. And through your efforts in collaboration with the civil society and business sector, you have shaped Europe into a better place to live in. And you should be proud of that, and thank you once again. Before we proceed to the next speaker, just some finishing thoughts. Today we celebrate the journey that you have undergone for 30 years, but we should never forget your overall purposes and ambitious goals. The efforts and goals of leader do not end at this conference. Of course not. There are still places where your efforts are needed, and your engagement and professionalism are vital to increasing people's possibilities in life in Europe. And all of you gathered here today should remember that these 30 years are just a moment of the long and successful journey that lies ahead. And with these words, I would like to thank you and by welcome you to Halmstad. Congratulations to 30 years of prosperity and best of luck with future challenges. Thank you for listening, and I wish you all a great conference, which I will also take part in today. At least I will try to be here a while and listen. So thank you and very welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Jonas Bergman. And now, welcome Ms. Michaela Waltersson, Chairperson of the Regional Board, Halland Region.
Thank you. I'm wishing you a warm welcome to Halland and big congratulations to this number. My name is Michaela Waltersson, and I am the proud president of the Regional Executive Board of Halland. I will learn you some things about Halland today. Both people and companies flourish here in Halland. Halland is neither rush hour traffic nor the stress of big cities, but it's full of possibilities. Here, down-to-earth, small-scale coexist with innovation, high technology, and a unique geographic location. Here, right on the edge of an international market, proud farming tradition, and the pioneers of tomorrow meet and grow for the future. Halland has a good development trajectory and a growing population, and is one of the most attractive places in the country on which it is to live and work. We have the best average income growth in the country, a high level of education, and an excellent corporate climate and healthcare service that perform extremely well in national comparison. Confirmation of the good development condition in Halland is provided by the Stora Turismpriset Honorary Award, which was recently presented to Ersta Vingård here in Halland. Ersta Vingård provides an excellent example of how it's possible to create attractive and profitable hospitality business in the Swedish countryside. Halland is the region in Sweden with the largest proportion of gainfully employed people. At the same time, wages are growing at the same rate as the national average. The Halland labor market is diverse and dynamic. The sectors that has grown most in the last 10 years are public administration, business services, and construction, all with growth of more than 25%. Halland is one of the regions in Sweden with the highest level of entrepreneurship. There's a proud tradition here of starting and developing companies. Our natural resources combined with unique collaboration between academia, business, and the public sector have contributed to the emerge of 4 business areas with particularly good prospects in Halland. They are health tech, future food, smart solution, and digital technology. Halland offers outstanding opportunities in these 4 business areas. In Halland, you are literally right on the edge of an international market. In addition to favorable location and well-developed infrastructure, companies in Halland have access to Export Centrum Halland and its various initiatives to promote exports from Halland. And these have got good results. As a part of its effort to increase exports from all over the country, the government awarded the Export Region of the Year award in October this year, and Halland won it. Halland is a unique region with regard to entrepreneurship and small businesses, which has a positive impact on the region's export. The region has numerous small and medium-sized companies in the food, technology, healthcare, hygiene, design, and music sector, which have dared to expand into the international market as a result of being given the right support at the right time. During the last 5 years, Halland has had a positive trend regarding goods export and in its top 3 regions in Sweden. Halland is also one of only 6 regions that have had positive development of goods exporting during the last 2 years, despite of the pandemic we are in. Every 3rd company in Sweden in Halland is started by a woman, and which is the top 5 in Sweden. Halland has long been one of the country's most attractive regions to move to, and people are not keen to move away. We have had Sweden's highest net inflow of people for many years. Halland also has the highest life expectancy in Sweden. So you understand, I'm proud over Halland, and I'm glad that you are here today, and once again, warm welcome.
Thank you, Mikaela Waltersson. And now we have 2 recorded greetings. The first is from Mr. Janusz Wojciechowski, European Commissioner of Agriculture.
It gives me great pleasure to send you this message of congratulations on your 30th anniversary. For 30 years, LEADER has helped to transform rural areas by combining the initiative, creativity, and enthusiasm of local communities with the resources of EU and other public funding. The European Commission is paying closer attention to the future of its rural communities and territories, as set out in the long-term vision. I want to thank Vice President Suica for introducing the structure and objectives of the long-term vision. I would like to briefly outline how the Rural Action Plan of the long-term vision can work for farmers and rural communities, and to emphasize the important role that LEADER can play. As you all know, the challenges facing rural areas are increasingly complex, and the pace of change is faster than ever. Digital and green technologies, as well as new business and service models, offer us great opportunities to match this pace of change. Capitalizing of these opportunities will require innovation and cooperation at local, regional, national, and EU levels. The Rural Action Plan foresees a number of initiatives and actions in this area. We have put together a large flagship initiative, Rural Digital Futures, in the vision to help realize the infrastructure and skills needed by rural areas. The action Digitalization of Agriculture targets farming through training, advice, and innovation actions, building on the resources of the CAP, Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe. The plan also includes an action to enhance networking for leader and smart villages. We have already tested some pilot smart village approaches and are ready to make this a powerful leader tool. Resources from rural areas are also vital for the development of the bioeconomy and a sustainable food system. Only sustainable agriculture is resilient to future crises and can ensure economic development, as the COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated. Farming families and young farmers are essential for resilient agriculture, while short supply chains, organic farming, and local food systems bring added value and services back to rural communities. By focusing on these areas, the Rural Action Plan sets out to put agriculture in the path to a more sustainable and resilient future. It includes an action to promote the development of a sustainable bioeconomy, in particular, innovative use of forestry resources. The Commission will highlight the role of producer organizations in rural development and strengthen producers' groups of geographical indications. Also, a flagship initiative will promote carbon farming initiatives, helping farmers to play a stronger role in the fight against climate change. I believe that common agricultural policy strategic plans, in synergy with other EU policy instruments, like the cohesion policy operational programs, can provide all territories with the tools to make the long-term vision a reality. The green architecture of the CAP strategic plans is, for example, a blueprint for sustainability. It works hand in hand with targeted investments to increase added value and resource efficiency. Let me also stress the importance of the specific objective number 8 under the future Common Agricultural Policy to foster vibrant rural areas. In their national strategic plans, member states can meet this objective by making optimal use of the leader method. The CAP can do a lot, but it cannot do it alone. All policies at the EU and national level need to work in synergy. The operational programs of structural funds have a key role to ensure infrastructures taking the needs of rural areas into account. I also want to stress the importance of collaboration between national, regional, and local governments and actors to make the vision a reality. I look forward to launching the Rural Pact, where all governance levels, stakeholders, and the rural people will be called on to cooperate to realize the vision. And with long-standing experience, enthusiastic people, and proven methodology, LEADER offers a tremendous opportunity to realize the vision. Our host country, Sweden, is an example to follow. Here, the LEADER approach is yielded great results over many years. In this programming period only, the LEADER approach has contributed to the creation of 530 jobs in Swedish rural areas. Across the European Union, LEADER is an impressive force. 2,800 local action groups work in rural areas, covering 60% of the total EU rural population. The LEADER method, based on the 7 key principles, has proven very effective to deal with the challenges and opportunities of rural territories. We count on the local action groups to be the motor that drives change in local communities and to help us to further. So let me congratulate you on the 30 years of LEADER. 30 years, it is a time in life when one is mature enough to do big things. 30 years is also the start of the most productive and successful years in life. So I believe that even with all of you past success, the best years of LEADER are still ahead. Let us work together from the bottom up to build stronger, connected, resilient, and prosperous rural areas across the European Union.
And finally, we have a greeting from Ms. Dubravka Suica, Vice President of the European Commission.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, congratulations on your 30th anniversary. What started 3 decades ago as a new community initiative is now one of the most successful methods for local development in the European Union and beyond. LEADER can be proud of its bottom-up and innovative approach. You can be proud of your achievements. Your approach has increased social capital, helped improve local governance, and financed thousands of quality projects of an incredible diversity in rural areas and beyond. You have created an active community of local development practitioners across all the European Union, defined by its strong commitment and continuous learning drive. I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you, and especially the European LEADER Association for Rural Development, for the role you played in this success story. Your commitment and dedication are much appreciated. I see LEADER as a precious asset for the transformation that lies ahead of us. As the European Union moves steadily towards a greener, more climate-friendly digital model, no community can be left behind. Rural areas are high on the agenda of this Commission. I am personally involved in making sure that we respond adequately to the challenges citizens in rural areas are facing. It is in rural areas where the demographic transition is most visible. Demographic challenges impact rural areas' socio-economic growth, their quality of life, and their ability to build an attractive future. We are all well aware of the challenges that rural areas face in terms of depopulation and aging. The rural population is significantly older than the urban population. More young women leave rural regions than young men. Young people are moving to urban areas to find their first job or explore different opportunities to pursue their career. Consequently, the rural working-age population is shrinking. These demographic trends and the limited access to essential services for health and education, coupled with a low level of digitalization, is leading to a brain drain. We see how the trend of brain drain is happening because the best and the brightest are the ones most likely to leave. There is also considerable potential in rural areas. They have a substantial role to play in food security, biodiversity, and sustainability. In responses to these challenges and to harness the opportunities, we developed the long-term vision for rural areas using a participatory approach. We wanted to deliver policy not only for rural areas, but with rural areas. As part of these efforts, the European Commission is setting up a rural observatory. It will help us to understand better how rural areas are evolving. This will inform and improve our policy making. A robust policy approach is needed to close the gaps that rural areas have over cities and to harness their potential. All relevant European Union policies must cooperate more closely and improve their territorial coordination. The Rural Action Plan of the Long-Term Vision proposes tangible actions to sustain rural communities in revival based on digital access, innovative services, and green economy. The long-term vision for rural areas can also inspire and support national governments, regions, and rural communities in seizing opportunities available under the various European Union policies and tools. The success of the vision will largely depend on engaging the stakeholders. National and regional planning and financing can focus actions contributing to the goals of the vision. And here, clearly, there is much opportunity for people and organizations engaged with leaders. A Rural Pact will be launched next year as a framework for continuous engagement and cooperation of a wide range of actors at the European Union, national, regional, and local level. All actors will be called on to exchange ideas, experiences, and best practices to help achieve the shared goals of the vision using all the policies at their disposal. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the contribution of the leader members will be most welcome. I welcome the readiness of ELARD to join the Rural Pact. Our long-term vision for rural areas is the first step towards a better future of our rural areas. I count on your support for its implementation, and I count on you to create stronger, connected, resilient, and prosperous rural regions and rural areas by 2040. Thank you.
Well, I think we can say now that this conference is properly open. It is time to focus on the long-term vision of rural areas. And to give you an introduction to this, we will have a recorded presentation by Miss Alexia Ruby, Policy Officer at DG Agri.
Good morning to all. I'm Alexia Ruby. I work in DG Agriculture and Rural Development of the European Commission. I am, since the 1st of November, the new coordinator of the long-term vision for rural areas. And I want to tell you the story of this vision today. I would very much have liked to be with you physically. This was foreseen, but I'm quarantined here in Brussels, and so I haven't been able to, but it would have been a real pleasure to exchange on this vision with you. So I hope to give you today a good presentation still that you can enjoy and that you can discuss among yourselves, and also with my colleagues Mihai Dumitru and Ivona Lispan, who are with you, I believe, in the conference. So let me share my screen now. So what is this vision for rural areas? It is a policy initiative that has been launched to put rural areas on the agenda and discuss their role for the future of Europe. When we talk about EU rural areas, we talk about 83% of the land of the European Union and roughly 30% of its population. And this is spread between different types of areas, with some that are more remote and some that are closer to a city. So you can see there on the pie chart, the two green parts are a bit equal. So in terms of land, half of the rural areas are remote and half of the rural areas are close to city. And 1/3 of the rural people live in the remote areas, and 2/3 of the rural people live rather in areas close to city. So we can see, it's important to take into account these elements when we talk about actions for rural areas. And of course, rural areas are diverse. You can see some pictures, but you have in your minds, with all the participants in the conference, a lot of others. So rural areas are very diverse and very different, yet we could see that they face a number of common challenges, and there are a number of common opportunities that they can seize. And the idea of this long-term vision for rural areas was to grasp the common ground between them and things that we can do together at EU level. One thing that prompted also this policy initiatives is the demographic change. So you can see here a map of annual population growth rate in the regions between 2014 and 2019. The red is shrinking and the blue is increasing. And so you can see that we are facing shrinking in a number of areas in Europe, and in particular in rural areas. And this decline, if not managed properly, is causing a lot of problems and a lot of discontent, and people feeling left behind. And this is why also this initiative came in. So it was launched by our president, Ursula von der Leyen, in her political guidelines in summer 2019, when she took over as the president of the new European Commission. So before COVID, it was the first time I think a political leader at such a high level used words on rural areas that were so positive. She said, "Our rural areas are the fabric of our society and the heartbeat of our economy, and the diversity of the landscape, culture, and heritage is one of Europe's most defining and remarkable features." And she said, "We will cherish and preserve our rural areas and invest in their future." So she did not only highlight the beauty and the landscape, but also the economy potential. And what is important to say is that this initiative on long-term vision for all areas has been given to the Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development to develop together with the Commissioner in charge of regional policy under the coordination of the Vice President Suiza, who's in charge of democracy and demography. So, and it's under the European Commission's work on democracy and demography. So it is very much about people, and it's very much transversal to all the aspects of rural life. So how did we do that? There were three streams of work to develop this new policy initiative, and they all contributed to making the final results in ways that are important. First, the public consultation and engagement. We had a number of activities developed there. I can see that maybe we did not manage to address everybody of the half a billion Europeans, but we did reach out to a lot of people through an open public consultation. So that's a questionnaire we put online in all languages, and we received answers from 2,300 people. There was also specific exercises that we call Eurobarometers. So these are more statistical with representative samples of the population. So there we asked about rural areas, 27,000 people. We had also a stakeholder workshop package prepared for people to run their own discussions in their own villages and organizations and say how they see the future for themselves. And there are 3,000 people participated. And we also had a big online conference, the Rural Vision Week, with 600 participants. So that was to get the opinions of the people. That was very important for us because we didn't want a vision from Brussels. We wanted a vision that came from the people on the ground as well. Then there was a big stream of work on analysis. So we analyzed data, evidence, results from science on 12 themes that cover all aspects of rural life. And last but not least, this is about the future. This is a vision for rural areas by 2040. So we had foresight exercises. We did participatory scenario building. And there too, we worked with the research projects on this. So what did we see? From the analysis, we highlighted a number of challenges in rural areas that are around demographic change, lower income levels in general, limited access to services, low connectivity, both physical and digital. This feeling of being overlooked came out, and issues around resilience in case of shocks, or resilience to climate change, or in case of the pandemic, for example. We could see a number of problems that are more prominent in rural areas. Next to that, there are a number of opportunities as well that are quite promising. Rural areas are really key for the delivery of ecosystem services. Ecosystem services is a term that embraces everything nature delivers for us, from food and wood to recreational and landscape and regulation of the climate and water and etc. etc. So all these things that nature delivers is key for all the citizens of the EU, and rural people are the stewards of these natural resources that are increasingly needed. And when we talk about the bioeconomy, the circular economy, when we talk about the green transition, rural areas have a really central role to play there, and they can drive benefits from them. Digital transitions can be very important as well, of course, if connectivity is there, but the digital developments, they offer opportunities to bring markets closer to rural businesses, to ease communications, and compensate from remoteness sometimes. We also see increasing demands from society for green spaces, but also sustainable food, sustainable wood, more local supply chains that deliver a better added value for rural people. And the COVID-19 crisis in general has completely changed the way people look at rural areas. It is really highlighted how essential they are and what they can deliver. And a lot of people we can see are wondering if they would like to change their place of living or work now that it's possible to telework as well, or businesses thinking to relocate. We don't know if this is going to be long-lived or short-lived, but this is definitely an opportunity today. During the public consultation, we asked a number of questions, many. I'm going to just give you a few snapshots of what people said. So first we asked them, what is your ideal rural area? And this word cloud here is a representation of what came out. And you can see here the ideal rural area is a lot about nature. That's very important. Sustainability, green. But it's also about connectedness, services, community, infrastructure. And above all, the ideal rural area is rural. So rural was one of the biggest word coming up. People want rural areas to stay, to keep their authenticity somehow. We also asked the questions, do you feel left behind by society? We had respondents from both rural and urban areas in this questionnaire. And roughly 40% of people said, yes, we feel left behind by society. And we can see that this is a bit more in rural areas in general. And especially in remote rural areas, we have more people feeling left behind than people not feeling left behind. And the reasons for that that are seen as most important by those who do feel left behind is deteriorated infrastructure and services, the lack of economic opportunities, and the lack of consideration for the specific needs of these areas in policy decision making. And also the impression that rural traditions and heritage are getting lost. So people feeling a bit lost in developments. So you can see that it's not all people, and maybe not all of you will recognize yourselves in as being left behind. So it's very different, but it's good to recognize that it is the case for quite a significant proportion of people who responded. We also asked them, what do you want to see? So what components should the EU's long-term strategy and action plan for the future of rural areas include? And the top three responses are they want to see things on job creation, innovation, and entrepreneurship. That the first one, we need economic opportunities in rural areas to improve. And what we can see immediately in number 2 and 3 is the enablers for that, and also the enablers for better conditions of living, access to infrastructure, access to services, improved connectivity, digital solutions. All of this is very important. But the answers that come a bit next are interesting too, like the Number 4 is achieving climate, energy, and biodiversity targets. So the green transition, again, the green economy is a very big, is seen as a very big thing to work on for a bright future for rural areas, as addressing a number of challenges, ensuring access to sustainable food, improving links between urban and rural areas, of course, is very important, especially for those rural areas that are close to cities. Strengthening rural proofing, strengthening local rural productive networks, coordination and networking of action needs to be improved. That's something that should talk to you as leader groups, and improving accessibility to quality housing. We're talking more and more about housing as a problem as well. So these were the things that came up in this public consultation. A few words on this rural voices component of the stakeholder engagement activities we did as well. So what we did, and I want to talk about that because that's a tool you can still use in your groups if you want to think about the future and you didn't have the occasion last year. I mean, this year, it was in January or end of last year. So we did this work package, this workshop package for people to use and drive discussions in their own areas. And you can see here, it was really a simple wheel where people could position their area between poor and good situation with regards to a number of dimensions, from environment to basic goods to work and jobs, etc. And we made available also some cards that explain the big trends and the drivers of change and what they could mean for rural areas. So it could open conversations between people. And these were translated in 22 languages, and we received 170 responses from 19 countries. All in all, 3,000 people involved, so more than the public consultation. And it was extremely interesting. And you can see here the number of different contributions that we received, drawings, word clouds, different forms. And there was also a common harvest sheet for people to communicate their ideas. So not only where they stand in terms of situation, but they were asked as well, what did they think they could do to improve towards the future by 2040? I just picked here some ideas for specific actions that came out as a result of these stakeholder workshops. They include a wide variety of things, like new models for supporting entrepreneurship, changing the way we do planning, so planning for resilience instead of planning just for development, the importance of enabling conditions for local entrepreneurship. There were ideas around how we can build on the growing interest of a number of people to move to rural areas and working from home, new rurality ideas, policy incentives to encourage young people to settle in the countryside. There was also elements on commercial versus social entrepreneurs, and that we need to support both and nurture all types of new ways of working that can find a home in rural areas. So you can see it was very rich. And I think the publication of the communication I'm going to mention then is the beginning, and we can continue this conversation. And we very much welcome still the inputs of those who didn't have a chance to contribute before. A small word on foresight then, because again, this is about trying to project ourselves in the longer term future and see what is it going to mean for rural areas. So we had a thematic group, a group of 50 experts, 50 people, that was created under the European Network for Rural Development, and with the help of the Joint Research Center, so scientists of the European Commission. And they work together with participatory methods on imagining the future. So this is not a projection, but this is the idea is to build scenarios that are a bit contrasted and can help us see, okay, if we go in that direction or in this direction, what does it mean for our area? There's no good or bad scenario, but in each scenario, how can we improve the well-being of rural people? And for that, first you have to identify the main trends against which you want to structure your scenarios, and the ones that were picked here by the group as most impactful and potentially also most uncertain. So to have this contrast is rural demography. Will the area shrink or expand? We know in general population will shrink, but we don't know how it's going to distribute itself between the different regions or areas. And then the other axis, the other dimension, was the quality of multi-level governance. If it is fragmented, it means that different departments, levels of governance, and with stakeholder organization, they don't cooperate very well. If it is networked on the right side, it means that they do cooperate very well across sectorial departments of governance and levels, regional, national, local, etc., etc. And this gives a different picture of the future. I don't have time to enter into the different scenarios, but these can be an interesting read for you. And of course, they were done at EU level, but it's good to take them and down to every local area and question, which quadrant are we heading in? Are we rather in the rural renewal, where people are moving to our area to have a different lifestyle, or are we and try to have a community spirit? Or are we in the rural specialization, where our area is really depopulating and mostly oriented towards providing goods and services to the urban areas? For example, these are just two. And what would it mean? So here's the result that was adopted on the 30th of June 2021, so 5 months ago. It's a communication, so a document that describes the situation and says what we should do about it. It's not a new program. It doesn't come with additional funds. So it's just a way to better organize our action at the EU level with the tools we have already. It's accompanied by the staff working document with all the analysis and foresight elements I described, a report from the public consultation, and a 2-page fact sheet. And you have the link there to access these documents. The vision is structured around shared goals. So all this common ground that we saw between the different areas, we grouped as 10. We described as 10 shared goals that really explain what we want to see by 2040. And this is arranged in 4 areas of work. So one is stronger. This is about empowerment communities, so making sure communities have the strength and the capacity to drive their own future. It's about improving access to services and enhancing social innovation. There's also the second priority is better connected rural areas, both digitally and physically. The third area of work is resilient rural areas. This is about resilience to climate change and environmental changes, but also social aspects. And finally, prosperous is about diversification of economies and sustainable value chains, food production, wood, etc., etc. This communication comes with a rural action plan with 9 flagship initiatives and 15 accompanying actions. So a flagship is a fancy word to say a group of several types of several actions that contribute to the same objectives. And these are run by different departments of the European Commission. So we don't work alone as DG Agri and DG Regio. We work also with all the different departments that are in charge of these different policy areas. And that's a big novelty of the vision. So one is the rural revitalization platform. The idea is to develop this platform with all the resources that can support all the rural communities that are facing population decline and with good practices, etc., etc. So that flagship says it will promote LEADER. So LEADER is explicitly mentioned there. We have a flagship on research and innovation for rural communities. We have one on sustainable multimodal mobility, best practices for rural areas. We have one on rural digital futures that looks at everything from improving broadband to improving skills, digital applications for rural areas, and also measuring progress towards in the digital transformation in rural areas. Then under resilience, we have 4, one on energy, which would be about developing a stream of work under the Covenant of Mayors in rural municipality to fight also climate change. There's one flagship on climate action in peatland and carbon farming. There's one large initiative, which is called the EU Mission, a soil deal for Europe. That's under Horizon Europe mostly, and it includes also the creation of living labs to enhance soil health in 100 regions in Europe. There's one flagship on social resilience and women in rural areas, and finally one on entrepreneurship and social economy in rural areas. And under the accompanying actions, we also have a specific dedicated accompanying action, which is about including, which is about enhancing networking for leader and smart villages. So a bit more on the rural revitalization platform. This is shaping up as we speak. A new thematic group under the European Network for Rural Development is being created on rural revitalization. First meeting in 2 weeks and the next early 2022. That will identify and try to understand the key enabling conditions to drive rural revitalization across Europe and share best practices. So that's where we will look a lot into what leader can provide as best practices for these areas that are facing population decline. And that group will also explore the needs and develop ideas and recommendations to help shape the future rural revitalization platform. And the idea is that this platform would come live in 2022 or 2023. Then we have a number of horizontal actions to support this action plan. So the first one is on rural proofing. So rural proofing is this idea that when we develop new policy initiatives, we should look at them from a rural perspective, through a rural lens. And this has been proposed under the Cork Declaration already, but it had not been operationalized yet. So here we are doing this now in practice. At EU level, this is mostly done through, it's the first year we're doing it now, but to screening the European Commission work program, annual work program, so the initiatives, the new initiatives that are coming in the next year. And for those who are legislative actions with impact assessment required, they will have a territorial impact assessment. And for the others, we have developed rural proofing guidance with key questions that the services have to ask themselves to see if they're addressing the needs of rural areas. And at national and regional level, we want to encourage this as well. And for that, we are also creating a new thematic groups under the European Network for Rural Development, specifically on rural proofing. Second horizontal action is the EU Rural Observatory. We have noticed throughout this exercise that we don't have enough data on rural areas to characterize, enough evidence to see what's going on. So this initiative will centralize data collection on rural areas to inform the relevant initiatives that we want to develop. And there will be specific themes explored each year. So in practice, we are working with on an administrative agreement, Agri and Regio, with the Joint Research Center, so our research service of the European Commission. And first dashboards, so first visualizations of data are expected end of 2022. And third action is on combination of EU funds. So there we're working on a toolkit to improve the access to EU funds and the combination of these EU funds for rural areas together with the development of a territorial handbook. Last but not least, the Rural Pact is a big initiative that has been developed as well, that is being proposed, sorry. And what is the Rural Pact? The Rural Pact is a framework for interaction between all levels of governance and stakeholders on rural development. So the idea is that we can do a number of things at the EU level, but we also know that a lot of things that need to be done depend on all the different levels of governance, national, regional, local, everybody has to contribute to it. And for that, we need to build a process where cooperation, knowledge exchange can happen. So the idea is already in the communication. It's very strongly linked to the shared goals that I presented. the Rural Pact will be about endorsing these shared goals and working together towards their achievement. But for the rest, we are very open to the discussion on how it can shape up. The Commission is in a facilitating role and is not going to do it by itself. So what we're going to do concretely, we're going to launch the discussion on this pact in the coming days in December, open the conversation really, and conduct a number of preparatory steps towards the launch event. So a large rural pact launch conference that we are trying to schedule in June 2022. And at this conference, we would really have the discussion with everybody on how we are going to organize that rural pact. And then from there, we would launch the actions, concrete actions would be taken by everybody to go towards these shared goals in complement to this rural action plan that we do at EU level. So we are very interested to hear and learn what you would like to see in this rural pact, how you would like to see it done, which actions you would like to take to implement this vision, which commitments you're ready to make, how you see yourself using the resources that are available to the best possible benefits. So it's really a dialogue starting on this. So the next steps really are, we are promoting the vision. We've been very busy doing really dozens of presentations like this to speak about the vision, and the interinstitutional discussion is ongoing with the different institutions of the EU. We will have the launch of the pact end of 21 and the conference mid-2022. And then the communication also foresees that we look at how we're making progress. Mid-2023, we should evaluate the actions in the 21-27 programming period, look at how the funds that have been that are there, the CAP, the cohesion policy, the recovery fund, etc., are being used to the benefit of this vision. And then in 2024, we'll start reflecting about the future, the post 2028 for the next cycle of EU policies, how we could best do that. So I'll end there. Thank you for your attention. It's been a bit long, but Marion Eckart had asked for a lot of content, so I hope it was useful for you. And I wish you a very, very successful conference and dialogue, and I'll be looking forward to hear how things went. So thank you very much.
So now I am in charge again. I like this. Now I think we all have a really solid platform regarding the long-term vision of rural areas, but we need some further information. I would like to welcome once again Marion Eckard, Vice President of ELAD. And ELAD has, during the fall, performed a survey on the implementation of the long-term rural vision among the member states. And you are going to present the results. But before you can start to speak.
I can start to speak.
You can start because we are short on time. But I would like to show you this once again. Menti.com. If you have any questions to Marion, you write them in Menti. But just to keep you even more alert than you already are, we have a new code. Haha, you can't use the same one once again. No. You see the code? 87980323. Have you all managed to put it in? Now, Marion.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you. How does this work? I just forward. Easy. Yes. We did in ELAD stakeholder survey on the long-term vision on rural areas because it has been a big process going on so far, and we wanted to find out a little bit how it looks like in the view of the stakeholders, and also about concrete funding opportunities in rural areas and implementation of community-led local development in rural areas. Oh. Yes. And first now where am I? There I am. Yes. So first we had the framework. We did this survey in October, and the target group was the ELARD representatives. The representatives of the leader networks, they know a lot about rural development in their countries, but of course they are not the governments. So it is how have they been made aware in their position of the long-term vision, for example. And we have had 24 countries that answered. 3 of them were neighboring countries, and we have cleaned the results a little bit about that because some of the questions are not relevant. So we for neighboring countries because they have completely different programs. So 21 countries are represented in the results that we are showing, and we have missing data from Czech Republic, France, Kosovo, Luxembourg, and Serbia. So the background, like why we started asking questions on the long-term vision on rural areas, we wanted to know if there are any good examples out there on how the long-term vision on rural areas has been taken up on different member states. Here. I can see it here now. Therefore, we asked the question if the governments took an active role in giving input to the long-term vision on rural areas, or if they have been communicating the process of developing the long-term vision on rural areas, or if they communicated the final results even. And then also what measures have been taken now when it has been finally communicated from the Commission. Sorry. So on the first question, if the government took an active role in giving input to the long-term vision on rural areas, the most common answer is somewhat, and that is maybe not a surprise because people like to put the in between. When you see these diagrams, you should be aware of there is one alternative that is to a very large extent, but it was not, nobody chose that, so the biggest one is to a large extent. And we can see that Austria was one of the countries where they answered to a large extent, and we can see throughout the presentation that they have been very active in this. They have been informing and encouraging their stakeholders, the local action groups and the general public to take part in this. And they have been hosting a fringe workshop during the Rural Vision Week. They have been hosting seminars for LAGs on how to do this. So they have gotten a lot of input from rural areas in Austria to this long-term vision, and they have been taking responsibility for it. And also Greece are saying a lot. They had also somebody in the thematic working group on the European level. But I mean, very little and not at all is almost, what is it, 30, 40, 43%, and that is maybe not such a good grade. And if there was any communication at least, and it's again Austria very good. They communicated a lot to the National Monitoring Committee and also to the public. And then this was especially made via internet, direct mailings, social media, and newsletter. And also the National Rural Network was involved in communicating the long-term vision to stakeholders via their website, via newsletter, magazine, and especially encouraging LAGs to actively participate. But here we also have somewhat 38%. It's not so good, and it's more than 50% that feel that there has been maybe very little communication or not at all. And the final result has been even less communicated from the governments to local stakeholders. We think we haven't had this time to react yet, but at least we could maybe find that they are doing things already. And when we ask Austria, there are a lot of answers, as you can see. They have put up a special processes on national level to discuss relevant topics. They have put the findings into the CAP strategic plan, and there has been an open process around it. And there is also awareness that it's not only the common agriculture policy that is responsible. I can say that in Sweden we have gotten answers from people working with the ESF that is the colleagues at the DG Agri's task. So it has not trickled down in the institutions yet, and it is still a long way to go. And Austria we could learn from. I think that is the point here. And then if we look at okay, because the vision is a vision, but then we need to be concrete, and I think we need funding to become concrete. So we have been asking about how we put funding in rural areas and how the implementation of the community-led local development is working in rural areas in Europe. And the background is we wanted to know if there are any good examples, and therefore we have been asking for the recovery funds, also on the Just Transition Fund and the ESI funds, and if it's being implemented through the community-led local development. And also because we were asking, then we said we also need to know what is the status of the local development strategies in our countries, because we want to start on the 1st of January 2023. That should be the plan. So anyway, when we look at the recovery fund, I think most countries are actually implementing it in rural areas. 6 do not, and I'm not sure, because this is we asked the stakeholders, so we have not verified this data. This is what they think. But I know in the case of Sweden, we asked the government, and I was so sure that we had the recovery funds in rural areas. We asked it twice, but I don't know if there is some miscommunication there. But yeah, so it's not verified data, but that is how we have it. And Estonia, Ireland, and Romania are even implementing then the recovery fund. The recovery fund via the community-led local development, which is really interesting, I think, because that shows that the country sees maybe the lags as something more than just the rural development fund. Sorry, I didn't mean to marginalize the rural development fund, which is very important, but we need to have a holistic territorial development through community-led local development. And so Denmark doesn't know, and they have not decided in Austria, Greece, Hungary, and Italy, but 62% are not considering the local action groups as actors that could work with a recovery fund. When it comes to the regional fund, there was here also 5 options, and there was a possibility to answer to a very large extent on the left side here, but there was nobody answering that. There is somewhat 57%, which is the biggest number, as you can see, and very little or not at all regional fund is being distributed in Lithuania, Spain, and Hungary. And then to a large extent we have Austria, of course, and then Bulgaria, Croatia, Denmark, Italy, and Poland. And if we look then if the regional fund is being distributed via community-led local development from the LAGs, then we have yes, no, and not decided yet. And Portuguese, I put red because when we made the survey, it was not decided yet, but now they have decided not to. And together with Sweden, that is sad, because those were like the 2 countries that were really implementing community-led local development on a big scale last programming period, and they are both backing now, and I think it's a disaster. What an interesting fact, I think, is that the same countries that to a large extent are putting regional fund on rural areas are the same countries that are using it in community-led local development. So I think we can have 2 theories about that either it's very biased people that are answering it, which could be the case that if you see a regional fund to community-led local development, you have a feeling that it's a lot to a large extent. But I think also that if there is a serious investment in rural development in a country, then you see too that it's all that you're using the existing actors on rural areas, which are the local action groups, and then you will be sure to have a distribution of these funds in all over the country. Yeah, so. The reasons that why countries do not use the regional fund in community-led local development is they have mentioned stuff like there is no interest, there is a lack of communication, a lack of knowledge, or it's too heavy administration for the ministries. So there seemed to be not really a political statement behind it, which is a shame, I think. And when it comes to the European Social Fund, it's a different picture. Croatia, yes, Croatia being implemented obviously a lot in rural areas. And then also to a large extent we have Denmark, Italy and Romania. But then Greece, Spain, Lithuania, Slovakia and Slovenia, there we don't see that ESF is important for rural areas. And then are using community-led local development in the ESF. We have here again the 3 alternatives or the 4, and Portugal is red again because they are also down at the no. I'm sorry for that. And Austria is of course implementing, and then it's Bulgaria, Estonia, Poland, Romania and Slovenia. And the amount is not clear yet for many of those, but Estonia is having around 1% of the fund, and Bulgaria and Hungary, and also Romania and Bulgaria is having around 2%. And the answers why they are not using it, it's the same as for the regional fund. There seems to be no communication or no interest, no political interest or no willingness, or it's even they have taken up its power struggle between actors. So it does not seem to be that there is a decision around what is the best option. And then we have the fisheries fund, and we can see how big amount is being put from the fisheries fund in the community-led local development, and you can see the percentage, and the percentage of course looks much bigger because the fisheries fund is a smaller fund, and then we have so the percentage is bigger, but the sum is maybe not so big in comparison. And then we have some reasons why the countries do not use it, and that's different than the other funds. It's more like it's the too small fund, or the fishermen insisted they didn't want to, or there is a political decision around it. And yeah, so this seems to be more another kind of decision. Yes, and then we have the Just Transition Fund, and to cut it shortly, it is only being used in Lithuania, Slovakia and Spain in the community-led local development. And in rural areas, to a large extent, none. And there is also strange, I don't understand, because I thought it was in Sweden, in northern Sweden, but yeah. So those are the results from the survey. And then the last thing that worries me a lot is we asked who has actually submitted the first drafts of the strategies, and it was Finland and Sweden. And I know Czech Republic has done it also, even if they were not taking part of the survey. And then we have in 1 to 3 months, we'll start Austria, Germany, Netherlands and Poland. So they will probably also make it on time if they don't have a very slow process. But the rest of the countries are looking at a delay, I think. I think if you start in 6 months from now, then you will not manage to have a strategy that is bottom up and participatory. Then you have to make much quicker work. So yeah, so we think this is a warning bell. We really need to look how the local development strategies will start on time. Yeah, So I think, then I have some conclusions as well. So as you understood, Austria has been doing very well, and generally I think there is not a real ownership yet on national level around the long-term vision on rural areas, and I guess we have to work together to achieve that. Yeah, so we're good partners. I guess everybody who is in here are in favor of rural development. And when it comes to concrete funding, Austria is a good example. 57% of countries answer somewhat in distributing our ERDF and ESF in rural areas, and I wonder if that somewhat is good enough, or should we go for more? And then we have, I think that the general take-up on new ideas on how the local action groups could work is low, and we need to get more innovative and that, and also maybe for stakeholders at all levels to see the possibility what the lags can do or not can do. And now I'm going to quit because we're already late. You can read the rest. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Marian, but you're not allowed to leave yet.
Okay.
Yeah. One question. What are the criteria of becoming an ELOD member?
Oh, you have to be a leader network from a country. You can also, if there is not a leader network in that country, then you can be a local action group before you get, start a leader network. So all our members are actually leader networks, and through that the LAGs are our members. So we have more than 2,200 local action groups affiliated with us, and now we're 29 countries that are members in our organization.
Thank you. Second question, and I read it. If I understood the diagram on the use of the ERDF through CLLD correctly, then Denmark is a new entrant in using CLLD for CP funding.
Yeah, that's what I understand as well. Yeah. Unless somebody answered wrongly, we can, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then actually there was a third question, but that question we are saving for the panel later on, because I think they are better equipped to answer that question. So now it is time for a coffee break. Yeah. And as you can see here on this screen here, it says 11:15. We will give you 30 minutes coffee break, because coffee breaks are really important at these conferences. But I really need you to be here in your chairs at 11:30. Back here, 11:30. Thank you.
Never wanna say that we are through. I'm holding on to what we still have left. And yeah, you know me. The love I give is the love I got. So don't walk away. Don't see it all just to watch it fade away. To watch it fade away.
Welcome back. I hope you all had a really nice coffee break with plenty of opportunity to talk to each other and get to know new people. Before we head on, first I have to say a big apology to Marion, because apparently I had some kind of, I don't know, brain collapse earlier today, and I called you vice president. I mean, I know you're the president, so apologies for that. Now it's time for the panel discussion, stock taking on the implementation of the long-term vision of rural areas. And it is a great pleasure for me to welcome Miss Christina Tametz. There you are, Christina. Head of ELAD Knowledge Exchange Platform, who will be moderating this discussion. Welcome, Christina.
Thank you, Ulrika.
But mind you, before I leave it all to you, once again, we have the Menti presentation and we have a new code. Wow. The new code is 54921313. I repeat, 54921313. So now, use this opportunity to ask the panel all the questions you have. Okay. So it's your turn, Christina.
Thank you, dear participants and dear Swedish colleagues. Thank you so much for organizing this event. It's a great pleasure to be here and see you all face to face and celebrate together the birthday of leader. Happy birthday to all of you. And welcome back from coffee break. We continue our program with a very interesting session about the long-term vision of rural areas and CLLD, how CLLD can contribute to this. And now I'm happy to invite to the stage our panelists. And I start with the ladies. Kristina Jangve, member of Swedish Parliament, please come to the stage and take a seat. Then our sweet president, Marion Eckart. Toomas Šutik, European Commission, Cabinet of the Vice President Dubravka-Šuica. Mihail Dumitru, Deputy Director of DG Agri. Joseph Stahl, European Commission Directorate General for Regional and Urban Policy. Niklas Nienas, Member of European Parliament. Thibaut Guinard, President of Leader France. And finally, dear colleague Radin Shren, Member of European Committee of Regions. Without a doubt, the better future of rural areas depends on integrated development actions and good cooperation between different stakeholders and policymakers. And my first question is to Mr. Šutik. How do we make sure that long-term vision for rural areas is becoming something that is not only the responsibility of DG Agri, and that all DGs put enough effort into it? Please.
Thank you.
You can take a microphone.
It's a pleasure first to be here with you. Very happy to celebrate 30 years of LEADER together with you and to represent the Vice President charged with democracy and demography. Now, the fact that the Commission has somebody who is Vice President dealing with the long-term vision for rural area tells you that we really want it to be a horizontal effort from all DGs working together to bring benefit to our rural areas. So this will be done, as you've seen and heard through many statements already before, through the Rural Action Plan. In the Rural Action Plan, we are going to be doing real actions implemented by each of the different DGs. So we are very clearly tasking different sides of the Commission with concrete actions on the long-term vision. And we are also going to monitor how that plan is implemented and follow it up. Then there's also the observatory, the Rural Observatory, that will provide us with a lot of data, and that data is going to be used and analyzed across the House, across the various policies to ensure that the policies are adjusted. And then on top of that, there is the rural proofing mechanism. So it's a way of actually looking at all of the proposals that are coming out from the European Commission and ensuring that they take into account the benefit of rural areas. All of this has kind of been created with the idea to really make sure that the long-term vision becomes a reality and to include a range of different views on the rural areas, going beyond agriculture and going beyond only cohesion policy, which have been kind of the traditional players in this field. And we are really excited to be able to do this. And again, there we still need your help. We need the help of all of the rural stakeholders to continue to put pressure on all of us together to ensure that we talk to all sorts of different entrepreneurs, providers of services, people who are really there and can create an ecosystem for the rural areas that would benefit everybody. I leave it there for the moment, but I'm happy to come back again.
Thank you. Your intervention left me feeling that that rural development is safeguarded in all DGs. Very good. Now I have many questions to Mr. Dumitru. I read them very carefully. How much effort has been put into your DG in order to turn long-term vision for rural areas into reality, concretely in monetary and staff? Do you believe it is sufficient in order to start a stable process of change? And also, please tell us about the Rural Pact, which sounds really interesting. Who will be in there? How can civil society organizations like ILART can be involved? And finally, also about rural proofing. Is the responsibility of DG Agri? Should it rather be a cross-cutting team in all DGs?
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to see each other physically after such a long period. And I think it's really very nice to be back and to see you all here. You asked me some difficult questions. So I think we are really prepared to face these challenges. I mean, you got a very good flavor today from all levels, starting with the vice president, the commissioners, and then to technical staff of DG Agri on the challenging ahead with this long-term vision for the rural area. First of all, I think it's very important that we have the top political commitment, which has been demonstrated even through the president of the commission mentioning the importance of our rural area. And then this communication, it is a political engagement which commit all of us, and not only in Brussels, but we have to reach down the people and to reach down on the ground and to make things work. So you ask us if we are prepared in DG Agri and how we are going to organize everything, and if we have enough resources and how much money and stuff we have. I mean, I can say from the beginning that, and I think this is valuable everywhere in each administration, that probably you will never get all the stuff and all the resources you would like to have. But we are used to organize ourselves in a way to be effective. I think from the beginning we've been in this process in a collaborative process inside the Commission. So it's true that my commissioner and the commissioner for the regional development, under the coordination of the vice president, they've been tasked in a mission letter to deal with this political priority. So therefore, the two line DGs, I would say, Agri and Regio, work on this initiative, but we had the contribution of 18 other services, DGs and services of the Commission. And we would like to continue to have all these inputs for all these services. Of course, we are in the lead and we are organizing this process, and we have prepared ourselves to deal with this task. So you have seen we have an action plan, we have 9 flagship and 15 actions. We have very specific tasks with the rural proving, rural observatory, the toolkit, how to mobilize funding. So, and now I think in DG Agri we have started to prepare ourselves. It will not be a secret for you that we are reorganizing ourselves, and we will have a dedicated unit which is dealing with networks. I mean, let's put it different, with rural area and the networks. Because, the networking and the networks are one of the main tools we have built up over the time. And the European Rural Network, it's so well known. And the national networks, we are making changes to these networks because we have now to integrate the full CAP. And we will have the CAP network. So we have a new contract, support contract, and we put a lot of resources in this contract. So not only that we have a dedicated unit inside the DG to deal with this task, but then we reserve additional resources, funds, and support through a framework contract to address many of these things. So Alexia mentioned to you some of the points, like organizing, these groups, specific groups, and that the network was always our main framework to deliver, and we will continue to use it. We mentioned about networks. I mean, we are talking about the twin green and digital transition in rural area. You know that we also developed over the years broadband competence offices, which is also following a network approach. We put everything together. And then I think we have technical assistance that we can mobilize whenever necessary to hire additional support and expertise whenever is necessary. You asked me about the Rural Pact, and I think Alexia mentioned to you a bit of the process. Yes. So it is not a paper that will be signed. So it may involve a signature of some papers, but it's a process, it's a framework where we want to strengthen the engagement and the bottom-up approach and the partnership. So we want to launch it. We have a strong political support. We want to, if you want to translate this political commitment at all levels, and we will launch this. Of course, we will have some important moment which will be marked by politicians. But then we want that this is then translated down, and we have a contribution of all level of governance and most importantly the stakeholders. So we need that our stakeholders support this process. We reinforce the partnership. I mean, we are working with partnership, but we need a reinforcement of partnership. We need to address the weaknesses we faced in the past. And you know, sometimes we had this rivalry between urban and rural. We hope that for the future, we reach a situation where we define a place-based solution where we do not make this dichotomy between urban and rural. On the contrary, we work to put together the advantage and strengthening these links. You also asked me about the rural proofing. I mean, you know, there is a history behind this terminology. I was wondering myself, I am a Romanian national, so how I will translate rural proofing in my language, and I have to admit that it will not be very easy for me. But then we have to transform this technocratic word in something which is tangible, and it can be used for the benefit of our rural areas. So the concept as such has been put in a manifesto in the Cork 2 conference and Cork 2 declaration, and since then we have, at least in the Commission, we are trying to translate this in real life. So we work a lot with our colleague from DG Regio, and we try to develop this territorial impact assessment. And of course, this is one avenue where we are going to do the proofing. Then in the Commission, we are going to organize ourselves, and we are working on this to organize ourselves to prove towards the rural needs, the legal and non-legal initiatives. And we are now discussing how to set it up. But then we have to translate it down and have this rural proofing also in the implementation. We have to have this rural proofing of other instruments, other funding, and other policies. And we are working together. Of course, we are working with other central services of the Commission. I mean, Secretariat General of the Commission is very important. We have a lot of data and information in our Joint Research Center, and we hope that our Joint Research Center will very much input and will tap on their resources on data, and then monitoring on the implementation. So, but to come now to the ELARD and your role, I think we count on you to play a very important role. I think that's very, very important for us, but I think I can develop it further, because I think you are our network all over Europe, EU, and beyond EU boundaries. And you know the reality on the ground, and you can tell us a lot more. I mean, we are here in a leader approach, a leader method, which is a bottom up. So we do not want the Commission to come top down and tell you everything what you have to do. So we are very creative. I can tell you that I have colleagues which are very good in developing new approaches. But then we want you to come in and to tell us, this is going to work, this is not going to work, and to tell us openly, how do you see this process? I mean, we can put a framework, we can launch this discussion. You have seen that we foresee a number of events where we invite all our stakeholders and our level of governance to tap in and tell us. And then I think we develop these ideas further on the pact, on rural pact, on the flagships, on the other initiatives, and we count a lot on you to come. So I will stop here, but I'm ready to answer other questions and participate in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dumitru, and it's good to know that DG Agri is well equipped for a long-term rural vision, and also leader community is very much looking forward to collaborate to the Rural Pact. Thank you. Now similar questions goes to Mr. Stahl from DG Regio. How much effort has been put into your organization in order to turn long-term vision for rural areas into reality? Also, please open up a little bit what are the resources for that and stuff, and do you believe it's sufficient in order to achieve those processes and change? And what are the next steps also concretely that the DG Regio is planning to realize long-term vision for rural areas? The cohesion policy is often criticized not to being distributed enough in rural areas. Please open that side as well.
Thank you, and thank you for opportunity to be here. It's a lot of questions, so I take it one by one. Yes, the vision is a part of mandate of Commissioner Ferreira, so of course we are fully committed, and I will just complement what my colleagues said about the cooperation across the Commission, and we feel very confident that we will go forward. We allocated all the resources necessary. As Mihail said, we are efficient in reorganizations and reallocation of resources to new priorities. I'm not going to repeat all the tasks which are ahead of us. I can just tell that we are working, we have set aside the technical assistance to finance those tasks, to bring in experts from outside who can help us to do the observatory, analyze data, bringing the examples from practice. So we are working on this. So these are for next steps. I would maybe a bit touch upon this criticism about the rural, about the cohesion policy and rural areas. I believe that cohesion policy is investing heavily in rural areas. It's a bit of misperception maybe. And when I looked at the data from period 2014-2020, it's 25% of money were invested directly in rural areas. Then we have another projects which obviously benefit people in rural areas. As an example, for example, all investments in digital technologies, e-services, what we do, everybody can benefit from it. We also know that, for example, investments in local infrastructures in small towns are investments which benefit not only people living in those towns, but also people living in surrounding areas. This is why we are really promoting the notion of functional urban areas. It means that looking beyond the municipalities' borders and trying to encourage municipalities and or in small towns and in the villages around to create joint development plans. We know that people are living in rural, traveling to cities for work, for health services, for schools. So we are looking at this not as a split between urban and rural, but more as seeing linkages and how to support it. So yes, it means that we are prepared to finance the rural areas further. We believe that we have the tools for it. We believe in the territorial instruments. The cohesion policy at the end is about the territorial instruments. We are very focused on financing the, I would say, integrated territorial plans, and which are prepared by with inclusion of local municipalities, local partners, stakeholders. And we, in the new policy, we have the tools, whether it's a new policy objective 5, which is called Europe Closer to Citizens, but which is basically about the financing small or smaller territorial development plans and to finance the wide range of activities. But these plans, there are conditions, they must be done in participatory way. The local communities or regional communities must be involved, and they must be also able to participate in implementation of these plans.
I forgot to ask one more question about regional development fund. How do you see the regional development fund concerning LEADER and CLLD?
I was indeed, and I was aware about such a question, so I looked a bit on the statistics from the previous period. We have a nice tool which is called Stratboard. It's prepared by our expert scientist on Joint Research Center, which we refer to a couple of times today. And there we see the overview. I think that there is around 800 CLLDs financed also from cohesion policy. So we are financing them. We have the tools in the new cohesion policy to do it, and we are happy to promote it further.
Mm-hmm. And your reflection back to Marian's presentation when we saw that the Regional Development Fund is quite less used for CLLD. Do you foresee some kind of tools or how to promote it further?
Yes, there were political signals, of course, from our commissioner who informed the national authorities about importance of supporting rural areas, and obviously CLLD is one of the tools. We are clear, of course, there are other possibilities and territorial tools, but we are really putting importance on using the territorial development funds, which are participatory. I know that I'm repeating, but this is something that we are used to do it. And and we believe that we have the tools to support it. So we are prepared. Now we are starting negotiating, or we started negotiations on new programs with the member states, all of them. So yes, we are going to also discuss how rural areas will be supported, and CLLDs are the territorial tools in general, and CLLDs, of course, we consider them as important tools to do it.
Yes, thank you. We hope very much that it will happen so that we are getting more means for CLLD also from Regional Development Fund. And also, meanwhile, I remind the audience that you have possibility to ask questions. Ulrika, have you already received some questions? Not yet, but very soon. Okay, you have already. Okay, please ask your questions from all the panelists. Now I have a question to Mr. Nianas. What is your reflection from European Parliament side on the long-term vision of rural areas? Does this document have the potential to create better balance between rural and urban areas? And what do you think is really good about it, and what would be your proposals to put more effort into it?
Well, the first proposal to put more effort in it, and I want to address the elephant there in the room, and then being done with it, is how about some funding? I mean, we have a great strategy that has, it has its ups and downs, I believe. But the major downside is that there's no additional funding for this strategy. So apart from what we have already distributed to the rural development funding, there is no additional funding. Of course, we can use, you're right, we can, for example, use the ERDF to support rural development in general, but that's more like a shifting, and that's something that would have happened anyway, because it already is true that we are using cohesion funds and the social funds and the regional development fund for, depending on the region, for rural development as well. Now there could be a little bit more of a focus, but there's no new funding, and I think that is a pity, and that is something that needs to change, and where the Commission really needs to reevaluate whether they can find additional sources of funding for it. In general, I think it's good that we first of all have a strategy and a long-term vision, and to go along with it, not just to have it as an appendix from the agricultural side, but really to have it something independent, relevant, also not just to think it alongside with cities, but really to take a focus on rural areas in general. And I think that happened quite well. And also in the preparation, I think maybe you can also elaborate on that a little bit further, because you were directly involved. We are never involved as Parliament, but I heard that the citizen societies were involved quite heavily, and also not just farmers, which is also a very good trend. On the proposals, there's a lot of positive notes, I would say. It's not focusing on agriculture, which is also some new development, to be honest, especially if we look at the history of this CAP, where the agricultural lobby even asked for that every cent that is being spent in rural development only benefits the agriculture, which we thankfully stopped. But those used to be the trend of development when we were talking about rural development, and that has been stopped. So I'm happy about that. For the proposals, we have to go into the details much more. There's, for example, the idea to extend on Erasmus and the European Solidarity Corps in rural areas, which in general I would support, but it's very thin line where you could also make it worse for rural areas, because if you, the problem with that is what we need in rural areas is the locations where people can come to. And so if you want to strengthen European Erasmus programs, we need to ensure that there are locations where people from cities can end up in rural areas. So we need schools in rural areas that can participate. We need cultural institutions where people can come to. We need educational areas in rural areas where people can come to, and therefore then learn and see, oh, this is rural areas, they're very interesting, and that's an additional benefit. If we do it the other way around, we would just increase migration from rural areas into urban areas, and I think then it's a negative side. So we definitely have to look into the details, and for that, it is very important that we continue the instance from the start in which stakeholders were included, and continue that in the future. Because I don't want to have this discussion solemnly in Parliament and solemnly in the Commission and solemnly in the Council, meaning that everything that is being discussed will only be discussed in Brussels, a giant metropole with 3.5 million people. But we should have this discussion in the rural areas, and especially with the people living in the rural areas and actually being engaged in that. And so for that, I'm happy to announce that with the Green Group, we have met together with Agri Committee and the Regional Development Committee and the Committee of the Regions, our colleagues from that, to decide on that we will continue to work on it, but also that we will have a big conference, bringing together all the stakeholders. So all of you, I'll keep you informed when it exactly will be, but to have that discussion and go through every proposal from the strategy one by one and say, okay, what is the upside, what is the downside, what are we afraid of, what could happen, and what is missing? In general, it's money, by the way, and how can we improve it? And so this is something that I don't just want to see being done by single political groups and parties, but it has to be done by the Commission, which is a commission of all European people and therefore should act in their regard. So I'm calling for you to follow in this spirit and really involve the people in the strategy itself, and not just think it from top down, but really from bottom up. And I want to end on one note, and just to go into the question that you asked earlier concerning the ERDF, so the European Regional Development Fund, and the CLLD methods in there. So in the trilogue for the last ERDF, or for the CPR in general, not just for the ERDF, but also for the Just Transition Fund if you're living in coal regions, for the cohesion funds if your country is eligible for cohesion funding, or for the European Social Fund. It is possible to do CLLD in it. It was possible previously before, but nobody did it. I mean, you can probably count the regions that did it on one hand. But what we did now to increase the number of CLLD projects is that we increase the co-financing rate by 10 percentage points. Meaning that if you're, for example, in Sweden, where you have a co-financing of 40%, you would then get a co-financing of 50%. That's a 25% increase of the co-financing rate. If you're in Eastern Europe, for example, in Romania, where we have a co-financing of 85%, you would get a 95% co-financing rate, which means it's almost for free for the member states and for the regions. And this has to be done on the national and regional level. So this is the moment where we, speaking as Europeans here, like the Commission and I, as parliamentarian, have to, I would have hoped for more, I have to be honest, but this is the moment where we have to step out, and we really need to see an additional, I think that the Commission can help and inform our member states that this is possible and that they should include it. I hope that you will do that in the coordination with it, but it's really the responsibility from national side, from, for example, the parliamentarians, from the member states, but also on the regions. And of course, if you can do it as well, to lobby for that it is being implemented in the region. It is helpful because you save money. I mean, money saving is always good for anybody, so there's a good argument behind it, and we know that it works. But of course, it's more difficult to build up the structures, to enable it, and there has to be the political will to have bottom-up approaches. But if they're going to do it, you can of course combine it with the leader projects that we have, because they are CLLD anyway, and so you could get additional funding for that and increase the funding for the rural development in general. So I think it's something where we definitely have to look deeper into, and where we have to pressure the managing authorities, so also the parliaments that are responsible for them, into considering them in their programming for the upcoming period.
Thank you. There is enough money, I understand, but maybe the matter is in priorities, and also on national level, how to allocate this money and how to contribute to the long-term vision for rural areas. And now let's move to the national level, and Mr. Guinard from Leader France, President of Leader France. Next year is the French presidency of European Union. How will long-term vision for rural areas will be addressed in the French presidency program?
Yes, thank you, Christina. Thank you, Marion, for this opportunity to speak with you about the European Rural Agenda. As you know, in 2022, the French presidency of the European Union will take place. And we work since several months with the French government and all the partners of the French rural parliaments about a project of European Rural Agenda. Because it's, I think, the good moment to speak about this rural agenda for European Union, because the French government have his own French rural agenda, and the Commission work about the long-term vision for the rural area. So it's I think the good moment to work about it. The French rural agenda is organized around 181 various measures: mobility, health, education, access to services, small business, digital. And if the majority of this measure already existed, with the rural agenda, they have been reinforced financially and are more focused on rurality with quantified objectives. And the French government heard our call for European rural agenda and supported now this project. It's supported by several ministries. And next January, we will organize two major events in France during this French presidency. We invite you to this event. It's last week of January, and in the first day of February, they will have events, especially on leader in the more beautiful town of France. It's the town where I am the mayor. And after a day to work about the European Rural Agenda in Strasbourg. So it's very important for us to work to ruralize all European policies and to have a real policy like the one of the urban agenda. So we need for the success of this ambition, we need your help. You need the help of everybody, of every local action groups, of LRDs, and because we need to have the same message in all the member states to have this European rural agenda.
Yes, thank you very much, Thibaut, and we have great possibility indeed during French presidency to address all those important issues for leader community as well. We continue with national view. Ms. Ingve, you were a part of the Committee on Rural Affairs in Sweden in 2017 in order to develop rural bill or rural agenda. What new opportunities do you believe arise from the long-term vision for rural areas?
Thank you very much for letting me be here, and welcome to Sweden. Yes, I was one of the members of a Swedish parliamentary committee that were working with the rural affairs to form a bill, and it was decided on in the parliament in 2018, and we have long-term vision to 2030 when it comes to rural areas. And I would say that the long-term vision of rural areas of the Commission is very much in line with what we have decided on national level. So I have to admit that there has not been much debate in Sweden about this long-term vision. And I think one of the reasons is that we already have a long-term vision on a national level, and we have action plans and a focus on implementation of at the national level. So I see that on EU level there is it's a way for us to strengthen the national implementation even more. And when there was discussions in the parliament a few weeks ago, there was a statement made by the parliament on the long-term vision of rural areas. I would say that the focus was that they of course welcome the vision, but they also welcome that there was a very strong focus on the local influence and the local level, and that we take into account that Europe looks very different and the rural areas in Europe look very different. And I especially welcome the rural proofing, that you have to, on every level, you have to look at how the decision affects different parts of Europe. Because during the last years, Swedes are very much in favor of EU, and they very strongly support EU. But I do see that in rural areas, the support for EU is going down a little bit, and it's very much connected to the discussion about forestry, and that people in the rural areas feel that on EU level they are taking decisions that affect the rural areas in a negative way. And I think that having a vision on EU level that is focused on bottom-up approach, that could be something that would be very positive for the rural areas in Sweden, and positive on how we can work with the rural development on EU level and on national level. So I do think that this long-term vision could be something that yes, further strengthen the work in Sweden.
Thank you very much. And now let's go back to EU level. Mr. Schren, Committee of Regions, what is your reflection on long-term vision of rural areas? What is really good in this, and how is Committee of Regions is going to support in making long-term vision for rural areas into reality?
So first of all, happy birthday to everyone, because it's amazing to be 30. Yesterday, after 2 glasses of wine, I felt being 30 as well. But unfortunately, I am not. In the morning, it was worse. First of all, I would like just to say that it's a great pleasure for me to be here. I was supposed to sit in Brussels for plenary in this moment, and I am much more happy that I am here in Halmstad, dealing with those issues like long-term vision for rural areas, which we are dealing with today also in Brussels, to do it in the field here in Halmstad. I fell in love with Leader in 2007. Actually, in that time, my girlfriend, current wife, was a first lag manager of our local action group. And I was so passionate about the work, helping her, that I stole her the position for 3 months, first of all, and then forever. And started to go to Brussels, to LR, etc., etc. And I think this is a unique instrument. You know, it's a really unique instrument, which is for me, Leader and Erasmus are the two most successful instruments which the European Union has. And it's a pity for me, but we will get during the next question how the member states take this opportunity, and that instead of going in front, we are going back. Regarding long-term vision for rural areas, I think we should all, because I think we all are proud proud people living in proud rural areas, that we should ask why we live in rural areas. Why Marion, she lives in crazy forest here, like 40 minutes from here, and this amazing place. I asked myself why, when I was 27, I refused job in Brussels and I came back to my region, to my most beautiful village in the European Union, which is Dolní Studenky, where I am already for 11 years a mayor. And I started to work in local action group. Then being a mayor, for me, it was natural because my mom, she was a mayor before me, and my grandfather, he was a mayor in the past. My son is 4 years now, so I have long-term vision for being a mayor, hopefully. So we should ask ourselves why we live in the rural areas. In that time, all my friends said, okay, I'm also teaching at university, so everyone was asking, why you are going to rural areas? It's like, I felt like animal going to zoo, you know. Everyone was saying, okay, you will be, oh, crazy, you are crazy. But I am here, I'm Halmstad. Last week I was in Brussels. So it's not that you are closed in a cage, but it's a great opportunity. And the Committee of the Regions, it's the institution we feel ourselves to be very important, of course, because it's the body which represents the local and regional governments, so mostly mayors and governors of the regions. We are 312. The abbreviation is COR, so I saw it already during one of the presentations from DG Agri, that we are very important during this long-term vision for rural areas process. And we are mostly practitioners. We feel that the local dimension is kind of foundations of the house. Member states are the walls of the house, and the European level is the roof. And you need all the levels to cooperate together, in fact, to be successful in building a house which is surviving. My colleague, Jose Manuel Bonillo, who is the president of Andalusia region, he's now a rapporteur on opinion, which is dedicated to the long-term vision for rural areas. It will be approved in February. But I can tell you some basic points which are already sure that there will be in this opinion. So first of all, the long-term vision is an amazing document. It's nice to read it, you know, but it's necessary to make action to fulfill it, because there are so many strategies, there's so many nice documents on the European, national, regional level. But we are used as LAC managers and LAC chairmen that if we have a strategy, we do fulfill it. Yeah, and this is one of the crucial points. So even in the Rural Pact, I hope that we will be included, engaged in the process as local governments, as local action groups and local people, because it's important. Because you cannot make a plan which is not tailor-made for the region, because each region is different in the European Union. It's the unity in diversity. So it should be done by bottom-up process, and all the measures which are done should be tailor-made. It is not about impression that rural areas are behind or something like that. It's about data. So we need to be data-based. We should do the rule proofing, territorial impact assessment. It should be part of European semester, that, you know, the rural development is taken as a measure, how the progress is done, because otherwise it's no use. Third thing is that rural development as a part of agricultural policy, it's the history, it's the past. Really, we should all feel that rural development is a part of regional development. There is important linkage between urban, rural areas, and we shouldn't just feel ourselves to be separated somewhere. And it's also about funding. Of course, agricultural policy will have less and less money. 5% from less money is less money. and finally there will be no money. Yeah? So I think this is important to combine the resources. Yeah? Actually, Czech Republic, but I will come to that later, is the example. For us, agriculture policy in the LAX is just a small benefit, but we are mostly funded through the regional fund, yeah, and social fund. So this is something which we need to use new resources. So it means also the recovery resilience instruments, yeah, Green Deal instruments, etc. So this is important. We should use all kinds of resources for the development. And I'm happy that for the cohesion in the Czech Republic, I think more than 50% went to the rural areas, not just 25. So I'm very proud about it, because cohesion is especially about rural areas, yeah, because we need to, Europe starts in rural areas and we need to be included in that. Another point, we need to, and this is my inspiration from South Korea, and is also in the opinion, we need to make basic standards of life in the rural areas. Although it costs a lot of money to make broadband to the last house in Sweden, we should invest it, because it's a human right to have internet connection. It's a human right to have kindergarten. Yeah? It's a human right to have transportation. Yeah? So this is something which should be taken into account. And this is the way in which South Korea went. And this is the only country in the world where in percentage, but also in the numbers, the people are coming back to the rural areas, and not just around the big cities, but everywhere around. So this is really needed. Yeah. Another thing is that for securing the standards, we should change our mindset. There wouldn't be a big bus going to a local area. You know, we should change. We have new technologies. You know, for me, some colleagues always say that cohesion and Green Deal are going against each other. No, it's not going against each other. This is a synergy we should use. We have technologies, so thanks to the technologies, we can secure standards of living in the rural areas. That's how I'm feeling that. It's also teleworking, for example. We should start from ourselves, from the public authorities, from local action groups. We should give space to the people to work from homes. Yeah, because I think this is something which we, during COVID, we saw that it's possible and it's working. So the change of mindset is important also. And we did not speak about the border regions, for example, which are also some kind of regions which are left behind, and we are very much try to dedicate our work to the border regions. And last but not least, I think everything is about the pride. I think if the kids from the small age were like grown up in the rural areas, and we say, okay, it's cool to live in the rural areas, you know, and it's a privilege, it's an honor to live in the rural areas. We cannot keep them in the rural areas for the studies. Go away, study, get experience. But if you are proud, and this is the Austrian case, yeah, they come back to the rural area because they are proud that they come from the rural area, and it's a privilege for them. One of my friends, she is working for the Czech Ministry of Regional Development, and she feels shame to say to her friends that she's living in Prague, because she feels to be person from rural area, and Prague is something bad, you know, for those. So I think this pride, and we always having LR meeting, everyone is saying how it's bad, and you know, the neglected, we are felt behind, you know, and it's not zoo. I think rural areas are not a museum, but we should really be persuaded about it. And I think this is the point which gives the long-term vision to the rural areas. Those are the people, and we should start from the people.
Thank you very much. I love Radim's enthusiasm. And I do hope that you can include all those good thoughts into the opinion to be delivered to the European Commission, so that the European Commission can take all those good thoughts into account designing policies. Now I turn to our president, Marion Eckart. What are your thoughts about long-term vision of rural areas, and what are the next steps ILARD is planning to take? It should be on.
Yes, you hear me? Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, I really like the long-term vision. I'm really happy that something like this has been created, and the support that is there from the European Commission, starting with Ms. von der Leyen, talking about the rural areas at all. And I think that is a great thing. Like Radim said, it's a really nice document, and we have been very much involved from ILARD in creating it. we have been asking the question all the time, but how do we go into activity? And we're still asking this question. And I guess who lives will find out, but I think it is really important to tie measures to it. It is important to tie dedicated funding to it. And this is why we will for sure support the idea of the rural agenda from France, and we will for sure also support other possibilities to put this into activities. However, there are we also we have a rural agenda in Sweden as well, and there are many things that are not put into activity. For example, it says in that paper from 2017, I think it is, that we should have community-led local development all over the country, but we're not having it. We're having leader all over the country, which is also good, but not good enough. I think it's really important that leader goes into becoming a territorial development instrument, not staying in the agricultural corner where the funding is growing less and less, just as Radim said. Yeah, and our next steps is actually this conference. So to bring it a little bit into knowledge in our own community, what the long-term vision is for, and that it's for us, and it is for us to push for having more resources and having more activities from our national governments in that respect. And we will continue working with it. And I will stay there because my good colleagues from Thibaut and Radim, they said all the things that I wanted to say.
Thank you, Marianne. Now we have time for questions from audience. Do you have some? Yes.
Okay, now you can hear me. We have a lot of questions, so be prepared. And my colleague Mia and I, we have tried to sort them out. So first we have a bunch of questions regarding the long-term vision. And the first one came before the coffee break, actually. If member states are not active promoting and implementing the long-term rural vision, is the Commission available to do it in partnership with LAGs or other networks?
Yes, the question goes most probably to Commission people. maybe Mr. Dumitru or Mr. Stahl.
Well, I think, first of all, we saw quite a lot of interest of this long-term vision in the member states. I mean, I'm saying this, and I think my colleague next to me can confirm. First of all, we have so many events where the member of the Commission, services of the Commission participate in trying to explain what is about, how we are going to do it, what they should do. And I think that's a good signal. I will take it as a very positive one. Of course, we have other possibilities to work with the member states. But, we also have to give the member states and to recognize the capacity of assessing the situation and deciding on how to do it. I mean, we do not want ourselves to impose top-down, as I mentioned. We want to persuade them. We have to explain the advantages of entering into this logic. I mean, just to give you a very concrete examples, we are now in the programming process. We are preparing the CAP strategic plans. Traditionally, the rural development programs were very good vehicles where the member states, they added a lot of national money in addition to the EU money, and we will continue to do this. And of course, we are working now on a logic of need-based and this new delivery model where we let the member states a lot more flexibility and more say on how to use this money. Of course, we put a number of elements which still keep our policy a common policy. But we have to judge the pertinence of the strategy proposed by the member states in these programming documents. But then there are many member states, they channel a lot of money in rural areas through national policies. And for us, this long-term vision, it is also a framework where we want member state, regions, all level of governance to think to our common challenges and common goals to ensure better coordination and synergies. We do not want to impose top-down on this. I mean, we think it is the most appropriate that each member state, they decide how they should combine this. But this is the whole logic, I think, of, for instance, this rural pact. We want that the actors and the different level of governance, they get into this philosophy. And that the actions they decide, they make sense. They converge towards the same objective. We have a lot of important and challenges ahead of us. I mean, I don't want to enter in the whole logic of green transition here. But I think when we look to this objective and we look to these challenges, and I think we did a very good and very solid assessment of the state of play of rural area with this exercise. I mean, if you look to this staff working document, there is a very thorough assessment from all angles: demography, economy, ecology, climate, digital, and they are all there. So, and this is why this is a long-term vision. We are looking ahead 20 years, and to say we pointed there and there and there, we have to do something there. And I think this is the way we would like to work. Of course, we have many possibilities to do this with the member states. I mean, we are in a kind of a structured dialogue from our policy point of view. I suppose Regio is in the same logic. So, we are in a permanent contact dialogue. We also have, let's say, other elements which we can a little bit force the member states. So we make observation. We ask them to address certain things where we are not happy with what they propose. But we also have to keep this balance of responsibilities because we can squeeze more, and that's not a problem. And I think we know how to do it. But then it's also a matter of effectiveness and in the implementation. I mean, if you squeeze above a certain level, then you may get negative results because they may not be they might not be feasible to implement. And then I think it's not serving the purpose. I mean, we rather find a way where everybody agree to move in that direction than forced to move in that direction.
Yes, thank you. The key is in cooperation and affecting in a positive way. Yes. And maybe we have some more questions. Maybe
yes.
2 questions more.
One more question. Is it time for the European Commission to establish a new DG to focus and support only bottom-up development?
Oh, wow, other question. Yes, please.
I think I want to aid you 3 here because all of them are bound to say no to this. But I think the fact that we already saw that it's not the Agricultural Commission that is responsible, nor the Region Development Commission or Commissioner is responsible, but somebody completely different, Ms. Sucha, who's responsible for democracy, already shows a shift of perception. And I think that is a very good question to ask. Something that, by the way, we are discussing in Parliament as well, not on this concrete proposal to have like one DG, because we're not talking about, we'll see what the Commission does about it. But for us, the discussion, for example, is do we want to have agriculture dealing with the business of rural development, whereas every other development and regional development is in the Regional Development Committee. Doesn't make any sense for us. Do we want to fight to take it back? And we already had the discussion with the Commissioner Ferreira, who also said it doesn't seem useful for her that everything that is considered development is in her portfolio, whereas the rural areas are excluded and then in this appendix with agriculture, where they sometimes fall under the radar. If we need a new focus, it could be. To be honest, I like the fact that it got a new new nuance with Ms. Sucha getting in there, but I don't think that it is quite useful to have now 3 people involved with it. You know, too many cooks try to salten the, how do you say that in English? I don't know. spill the food, whatever. But I think the idea of having one DG maybe in the or under the DG Regi or something like that could be useful and could be something that we could look into. But that's really something that only the new commission, I mean, if there's any talks in the commission right now about that, it would be surprising me, but only a new commission could really evaluate, and we have to see whether this strategy that we're working on right now develops for that.
Yes, thank you. So you see that this could be beneficial. Maybe I can ask the same question also, the reflection from Commission side. Yes, Mr. Schüttig.
Can I? It's working now, yeah. So I can take or give you another perspective, and that is the one of the vice president of the commission. Vice presidents in the commission are actually tasked to coordinate the work of different departments, of different DGs. And this is exactly why we have a vice president coordinating this work, because it is work that needs to happen in the different DGs. And this is, we really want to step out of the traditional thinking. And I hope you are understanding the gravity or the intensity of this situation, which is reflected a little bit in what one could call hesitancy or a slow pickup along the line of the stakeholders, sometimes in the member states, sometimes even in the local side, and sometimes at the EU level. This is why we have the vice president coordinating this work, because it needs to go across different policies, and perhaps putting it in only one would actually be limiting to the whole idea, because we really want to step out. For example, we don't have representatives here today of our colleague Commissioner Gabriel, who is charged with innovation. We have too many representatives of the Commission anyway, so there's no need. But the point that I want to make is that we also really want to bring innovation to our rural areas. And we are working closely as the Vice President together with our colleagues on innovation to bring innovation and ecosystems, innovative ecosystems in the rural areas to solve some of the problems. I think I want to go back a little bit to the discussion of what are the key elements that we have as problems in rural areas, and how we can bring the different stakeholders together. How can we ensure that we have the services that we need to have in the rural areas? How can we ensure that we have the jobs? And those jobs, if we look for the next 30 years of ILAD, it's not going to be most probably in agriculture only. Those jobs will be in services, those jobs will be in financial services. Some of the digital nomads will be living in the rural areas. This is what we wanted to achieve when we launched this in a way distant or not only related to the agriculture or cohesion policy. We wanted to ensure that we can have a creation of ecosystems that will be built together. And that's where I also wanted to invite you to actually reflect on how can you in your networks include people who you are not traditionally in contact with when you are talking about the welfare of the rural areas and of your societies. How can you have the startup communities work together with you? How can you have the people who are there to solve problems in perhaps creative ways? Radim was talking about having empty buses, moving people from one place to another, but not moving anybody because they're not interested. But perhaps that can be solved by a small smart app that would have people connect on demand. There are different ways in which we can engage, and it's a process and it's not easy. But what would be good, what we would look forward to, is to really get your inputs on concrete projects that you see can be brought across and can include these non-traditional stakeholders and people who will create a new reality for rural areas for the next 30 years.
Thank you so much. We need new ways of thinking and acting to make a change, of course, yes. Maybe just one last question and then we close that part of the session, yes.
Yes. The question is, if local territories are to be considered as partners and actors, will we see more programming and fund flows downwards, increasing leader funds, more inclusiveness in other programs for local actors?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah, I think this is a little bit a long question. Can you once again maybe a little bit shorter?
If I shorten it,
Yes.
just, will we see more programming and fund flows downwards to local actors? If, and the pre-sentence is, if local territories are to be considered as partners and actors. That is the question.
I hope that they are already partners and actors by definition.
Maybe more.
And for every EU policy, you know, the stakeholder engagement is compulsory. So it's a pity that it's not working in some countries. But I think this is a necessity because otherwise we cannot build a house, as I spoke about it. So it should start in the local areas, but by engaging the stakeholders. And as I mentioned, every development strategy and every vision should be tailor-made for the region. So I cannot imagine that they are not included. But I know that they are, in some countries, included just formally and should be included more. And I think this should be the question for the Commission, to just really follow and press on the national governments to include the stakeholders, not just on paper, but really.
Yes. Short comment.
Yeah, no, the inclusion of more actors is not something that would increase the funds. The increasement of funds would increase the funds. If the member states are willing to pay more for the European side, then we have more funding. But of course, it's true that we have to find ways, and we're trying to do that, or we're trying to pressure the Commission to find more decisive ways away, you know, from the member states. Whether we ensure that there's more funding directly for the municipalities, for the cities, and for the stakeholders, something that currently is not possible to the extent that we were hoping for, and also something that that is not worked out as well as we would like to see, as you mentioned, but also, for example, in Germany, where we have a very strong federal structure, where really the municipalities are involved in a lot of decisions. Still there, it really is dependent. If you have a mayor who is active and who wants to do something and who wants to improve their town or village, or if you have somebody who's just, you know, there because he's always been there for 20 years and doesn't want to improve anything anymore. And then you see a difference of spending. And that's why I think it's not just the municipalities, but also direct involvement of stakeholders from the ground, like we do with LEADER. And that is also, I think, a very important thing we need to include, and where we need to shift politics from the European Commission side as well in the future.
Yes, thank you so much. And now I close this part of the session, but we're gonna have another session ahead. But before that, I would like to invite the audience to small practice or attention practice. Please stand up. You have been sitting for a long time. Maybe it's time to stretch a little bit. And you as well, yes. And let's do this practice. When I say clap, then you clap your hand. Not now. Okay. But I didn't say clap. Okay, let's try again. But I still didn't say clap. Okay, let's try again. Okay, clap. Well done. Please sit down, and you as well. And we continue our interesting session now. We are moving Moving more to local level and to local action groups, and we're gonna look into how CLLD and local action groups can contribute to the long-term vision for rural areas. And I have my first question to Mr. Dumitru. What roles do you foresee for local action groups in order to make rural vision into reality?
Well, be reassured that we look at you as our main partner in this process, because you are such an extended network covering rural territories. So we are now talking to, I think, more than 3,300 CLLD lags. If I only look to the leader, I think we are talking about more than 2,800. So it's a very good coverage of our rural territory with, I would say, the most experienced people in local development we have, because I think you know all this business. And you grow up over 30 years. You know, I was thinking about, I remember many years ago when we introduced the CLLD approach, I was in Poland. There was a similar conference. And I remember Michael Dowell, I suppose you all know him. And he said, well, there is a risk of extending the leader to CLLD because you may lose, you know, the main feature of a leader. And I didn't share his skepticism at that time. And today I see that, yeah, it has created no risk. On the contrary, I think it has created more capacity and possibility of raising more funds. You know, first of all, we invite you in the process of implementing the action plan for the long-term vision. I think we need stakeholders, and you are a very well-organized network, and we count on your active participation, as you did in the preparation, and we need also you in the implementation. You have noticed that in the communication, we also mentioned the European Rural Parliament, and I know that you are behind also this setup, and we consider you a very one of the stronger partners we have in this process. Then you have a very important role for the implementation in the field. We are talking about the money, and I think sometimes it's not always about how much money we have. And please bear with me, but I faced recently the situation where we have to reprogram a lot of additional money for rural development for this transition period, where we had some question marks if we should apply the ring fencing for CLLD in EFRD, and if there is a real capacity to implement this money, additional money, in a short period of time. So, I mean, yes, we need a lot more money for rural area, but it's also a matter of, do we have the capacity of spending them quickly and effectively? And then I also remember how much your role has increased over the time. I remember the time when the leader, the leader selection of the projects and all the management of the project, they've been done by the managing authority. And it was not easy sometimes to convince the member state authority to delegate this important task to you. And I think we are there now. And I think that showed that you were serious in this process. You demonstrated your role. You managed effectively this role. And I think we move into the right direction. Then in the process of programming, because as rightly has mentioned here, we have not added additional money or additional policies to this initiative, but we want to use better what we have. And here I think you also have a very important role to play in the partnership principle in the preparation of the operational program and the CAP strategic plans. We have very important challenges ahead of us. We want to pass these messages, and we want to capacitate all the actors in the field to embark in these challenges. I mean, if we talk about the Green Deal, we talk about the green transition, we talk about every member of society has to participate and to convince them to participate to this effort. I mean, we are talking about farm to fork and biodiversity strategy. We are talking about changing radically the way we produce and consume food and manage the resources. And you are an actor that we also count on you to pass these messages and to embark in this, difficult and ambitious process. It's the right moment now. It is the right moment because we are at the phase where member states will finalize their planning, and you are called to participate in this process and steer and influence. So I think it's a moment when you have to play an important role. And I keep repeating this to all our stakeholders and especially to you, and be reassured that we count on you to participate actively in this process.
Thank you, Mr. Dumitru, for the trust, and we are looking forward to work with you. And now I turn to, I have also one plea to you that let's keep interventions 2 minutes, otherwise we run out of time. And I have a question to Mr. Šutik. How can the long-term vision support local action groups to get better connected to different development actors on all levels? And what is your advice to local action groups?
Thank you. So, yeah, I alluded to this already with the expansion of the way of thinking, right? The long-term vision is there. It's been designed to be rather comprehensive, to reach multiple areas, to tap into a number of different funds. But in order to be successful, the work will need to be done also at the local level through connections with those other stakeholders, other actors who can provide a higher quality of life in the rural areas. So as you reflect on making those connections, we will certainly be very supportive of that, of you reaching out to your municipalities, creating space for startups that will come up with solutions for your unique challenges. Because again, we know that you are talking about unique challenges in different areas. We don't want to put one size fit all approach. So do reach out to the different actors in this space. There are also other networks at the European level that we have. Commission has recently launched a Startup Villages Forum, which can be another network where you can achieve also some synergies. So the invitation is rather to create these bonds beyond agriculture, beyond just the standard stakeholders, and bring joint solutions that can then also find, of course, funding from funds that you wouldn't think that would be applicable here.
Thank you. Now back to Radim and Committee of Regions. Why is it important to work with local action groups in order to make rural vision into reality? And are there any positions from Committee of Regions concerning this? Of course, we know there are. Please open up a little bit and please talk about also smart villages, CLLD and ITI.
Okay, so first of all, I want to say that leadership is mentioned in the new opinion. It's paragraph 39, which is saying that for the long-term vision, like the method is very important, and it's not just leader, but leader CLLD, and it's combination to smart villages. So that's also in this opinion. Actually, I am the one who is kind of leader CLLD agent in the Committee of the Region. Unfortunately, some of the colleagues already realized that. So I had my first opinion on leader CLLD and the recommendations in this opinion, which was actually approved by unanimity, which is quite exceptional within the Committee of the Regions, was that there should be 8% compulsory earmarking from all funds for leader CLLD. Yeah, so it is, of course, a recommendation, but I think it's a very, very strong signal which is given to the member states. Actually, another thing is that I feel it like a human right for local action groups or for people living in rural areas to have possibility to implement all the funds. if some area and the people do not want to implement, they do not need to implement. But they should have right to implement all the funds. It means agriculture fund, fisheries fund, regional fund, and social fund. What I feel, because Czech Republic is a country, I'm sorry for not having the results from the Czech Republic in your survey. My colleague unfortunately did not send it, so I am very angry about it. But Czech Republic is now probably one of the countries mostly implementing CLLD, and we are going to continue. We will have a little bit more money. And for me, for example, social fund, it's the most obvious fund for CLLD is social fund, yeah? Because the combination with the small investments, with the hard soft project, it's really amazing and it works very well. I don't understand why in some countries they do not want to hear about using social fund. Although we have very good supporters in the Commission, for example, Marianne Doyen, we are cooperating with her, but the member states say, okay, no, we won't use this, yeah, that's a pity. And also with regard to the principles, it is also mentioned in the opinion, we should really come back to the roots of leader, because the process is like the selection, bottom-up process. Simplification, it's like yet everyone is speaking about simplification and everything is more and more bureaucratic. We call it bureaucracy. I think in LART it was invented 5 years ago in Tartu at the conference. So I think this is also important for the process. Smart villages. We are sometimes, I see that some of the colleagues are jealous about smart villages, that it's new, nice, sexy policy, leader is old already, 30 years. But I feel it like opportunity, because we need to combine, because the role of LAX can be, should be, must be in the smart villages, because it's the partnership platform which should be there. So there is a space for that. It's also in this new opinion mentioned that there should be connection between leader and smart villages. We cannot compete between smart villages and leader. It's out of the box. Another thing which is important is that even in the opinion I mentioned that it's lost opportunity for this programming period, that such a small amount of regions and such a small amount of money is given to CLLD. And when I see now that Sweden, Portugal, but also Slovakia, which used 100 million euros from the regional fund, and they probably won't use it anymore, yeah? So it's for me, it's really a warning that we should do something, because it's impossible if even in countries where it was working, the member states say, okay, no, we won't go. It's not because of European Commission. Commission is really supporting it. Yeah, it's about the decision of member states. So you have to fight really on the national level, because I think there are results. There are results. For example, in the Czech Republic, we are already almost all the strategies are approved for the new period. We are starting in June to have first call from the new period, and we are using 3 funds and 5 operational programs. It's easy to do it, the process. If you know how to do it, you know the lessons learned from the last period, so it's working. And all the managing authorities are very satisfied with implementation, because to touch the small project, which are binded to the region. So I don't understand why in those countries, and I hope we can, as LR, can do something for that, and as a committee of the regions, of course, because this is really crazy that finally there will be 2 real CLD countries, I think, and those being the pilot examples, not continuing. So this is about the basic points which are mentioned in the opinion. There is also, of course, mentioned the importance of rural-urban linkages. For example, also connection between CLD and ITI. It was mentioned here. We have a coordination platform in the Czech Republic because, of course, even ITI is covering rural areas. Yes, sometimes they are covering both instruments. So it's really necessary, even in receiving the goals, etc., to make the cooperation. And finally, we have colleagues from Moldova here. We have colleagues maybe online from Georgia. Leader and CLD, and there is also a colleague from Commission who worked for Turkey. You know, so I think it's very successful actually as a tool. Also in outside of the European Union, I could work for 3 years on the project in Georgia, and I think the results are amazing. Yeah, so it's necessary also to think about leaders and CLLD as a tool of development of the neighboring countries, which will one day hopefully come to the European Union. So this is another aspect which was not touched here.
Thank you, Radim, for reminding us about the fight for the CLLD and multi-funding, because it's all about integrated development, which is really, really important. And now I turn to Mr. Stahl. What is your opinion? How to make sure that CLLD can contribute to the long-term vision for rural areas in your organization?
I think that we already explained how we can do CLLD. We can prove from the past that we can do it. So I would now say a few words why we believe that it's a good to do it, and how we are going to also argue with member states. And it's very simple, and it was said here that regions, including rural areas, are very diverse. So we could see, even when we talk about the population, yes, we have 70% of regions which face depopulation, but there are regions, also rural areas, where the population is stable or increasing. We have regions which are coastal, mountain, islands, close to big cities, remote. Each is facing different challenges, opportunities. What they have in common is a green and digital transition. This is something which in the next 5 to 10 years, all of us will need to face. Cohesion policy and other tools are there to help with it. We have new animal in the room, which is Recovery and Resilience Fund, which also offers financing for investment. We have joint transition funds, so there is a large amount of finances to help in this transition. And when we look at this, and if we say that we want to preserve this, I would say, diversity, and this is joint, this is what I hear everywhere. At the same time, we want to bring in the people, we want to bring in the companies also to rural areas. We all learned how to telework and so on. So it seems that the best way is to have some kind of local development strategies or sub-regional and regional development strategies, which are in the best position to accommodate all these opportunities and challenges and to turn the development into positive. We had a good experience with smart specialization strategies and innovation, it was mentioned. We realized, and now we did it in 14-20 period, that we shouldn't finance, if someone wants to finance innovation from cohesion policy, they must have in place smart specialization strategy. And how the priorities for this strategy are set, the conditions are clear. It must be consulted and active involvement of entrepreneurs, universities, local, regional authorities, all stakeholders. And the second condition, that it must be continuous process. It's not that I will say now I finance, I don't know, bio something in economy, and then for the next 5 to 10 years I'm okay and I'm pushing money to this. It must be continuous process. So this is why we believe that these territorial instruments are very good tool how to address very specific challenges and opportunities which are coming. So this will be our main argumentation for use also of CLLDs.
Thank you. And now to local level and from ILARD, also from EU level. Yeah, ILARD perspective and local action group perspective, Marion, why it is important to work more with different funds, not just only one fund?
Yeah, I think we have been talking about it now for a long time here. We need to start to see the local action groups as an asset in all areas, a group that has knowledge about the specificities of that area, and we cannot cover all the needs from the rural fund. We need to be able to connect to actors that are active in the other funding, and it's about that actually very much rather than just having more money. We need to be holistically viewed at, because we view ourselves as holistic development organization, and then we need that support from the government as well in order to be working like that. And what was it else? Then I forgot. Wait, just maybe Christina has to say something.
So it's important to work with different funds. It's necessary. Yes.
Yes, and I can tell we are one of the local action groups in Europe, 1 out of 8, that worked with all 4 funds in this programming period. And now we got the message that we will only be working with the Rural Development Fund, and it's already affecting our work. Because we are not going to do with the urban-rural linkages. We will visit projects that we have been supporting social inclusion in this area, and not only the rural social inclusion, because we cannot work like in the whole territory then. So and also like we don't have the fisheries fund anymore, so that goes away because our local action group is very much aware of what are the priorities of the different funds and what possibilities do they then have to do their local development strategy. So yes, it affects a lot, and that's a shame.
Now I turn to Miss Christina Ingve. Yes. In the rural bill, CLLD was explicitly mentioned. The goal was to implement CLLD in the whole country. Now it seems that the Swedish Ministry of Trade and Industry is not planning to reach that goal. There has not been any real political debate around this. What do local action groups in Sweden need to change in order to make this a political rather than administrative decision?
Yes, so the decision that you've been talking about with the 4 funds and only using one, that's you have to ask the government why it's been done, because like you said, there has been no political debate, and I think that the system is too complex, and the political system has been built. In my committee, we have the rural fund and we have the fisheries fund. In the enterprise committee, they have the regional fund, and in 1/3 committee, they have the social fund, and nobody has the overview, and nobody is, like you were talking about before, there is nobody actually having the holistic discussion about rural development. So I think that's the one problem. Nobody is actually talking about, and it makes it difficult for you to know who to talk to. Maybe that could be something that it's good when we now will use the rural fund, that you will have a clear partner to talk to when it comes to leader, and to the next program period there can be some changes. Yeah.
But is it possible still to bring it up and start dialogue and include CLLD?
Of course, but I think we are really in the end of the process now. So I think, but of course we will have discussions, yeah.
So fingers crossed that that you're gonna have discussion, and maybe there is still the door open for CLLD. Yes, maybe in Sweden. Let's hope for that. And my final question of the CLLD round goes to Mr. Nienas. Why do you think it's important to use CLLD also in other funds than just the agricultural one?
Yeah, we heard a lot of examples. First of all, it's easier than to combine them. As you mentioned, it's the multi-fund idea has been used by just too few LAGs in order to really have a decisive impact. But also, and that's something that Rita mentioned earlier, I think there's so much interesting development possible if you think CLLD in the ESF, for example, in the social fund. What would it mean for social policies if people would be able to decide how to improve, how to change? How would it change our approach for social inclusion if those people that we want to include can also talk about and demand and ask and change ideas? And the same thing is true for the European Regional Development Fund, in which we could make it possible that actors from the economy, for example, could also say, this is what we need as a level playing field in order to function properly. Just a very short example. Now, this is from a city, but they have a startup community there, and they just asked the startup community, what is it you need in order for you to thrive? And I think, and then they came up with, a mentoring program, which no politician ever thought about. And so it was very easy to implement, and it really helped them. And that is something that we could benefit also in rural areas from, of course, if we include the actors who are working there, who are creating jobs, who are doing daily life, and just include them in the decision. And so I think it is really, and especially the experience from 30 years of leader really have showed that it is something that we can take up upon other funds as well, and therefore we should use it in the future. And I hope that this incentive that we made with the 10% increasement of co-financing really finds its ways into fulfilling that in other funds as well.
Yes, thank you. And local action groups are, of course, ready to extend to other funds, and we have collected the practice throughout 30 years, and that can be beneficial also for other funds using them. And now, thank you very much for this CLLD round. Do we have time for questions from audience? I know that we have left about 5 minutes in total, but we would like to have also closing round. But do you have time? Maybe 2 questions.
Yes,
Max.
we have definitely 2 questions.
Okay.
The first one is, how will the leader method and its added value be ensured in policies and in the policy evaluation?
Policy evaluation. Maybe, yeah, can you once again repeat the question?
How will the leader method and its added value be ensured in policies and in the policy evaluation?
Yes. Yes, please, Mr. Nienas.
It's not, because at least what I feel is that a lot of politicians don't even know that the leader method exists and the CLD exists. And that's, I think, a pity that we face for the last 30 years, that this has not had the PR results that we were hoping for, that we still need. But I think that is something that the Commission could take up upon, that we make sure that in developing of the strategy for rural areas, that the reflection is not just done by research institutes, but also by bringing leader groups into the discussion and bringing the people and the stakeholders into the discussion. And I think that's something very important that we need to take into account when we're drafting this long-term vision.
Thank you. Any other reflection on that? Or not now, maybe then the next question.
Maybe it's a difficult one to answer, but still I think the audience think it's quite interesting. Why, in your opinion, are some member states quitting from multi-funding CLLD? Because this period we have had multi-funding, but not any longer.
Yes, what is the reason why they quit? Yes, maybe Christina, you can. Yes, please.
Well, since the government is not here to respond, from what I have understood, the motivation is that they want to make a simplification of the funds, and these last few years, many of the projects has been used in the agricultural fund, and then they decided that it would be less administrative to use only one fund instead of using all the funds. That is what I have understood. I'm not sure if that's the correct answer.
Hey, any other comments? Yeah, Radim?
I would like just once again repeat that the argument that it's complicated is not valid, and if someone says that, send him to the Czech Republic, to the managing authorities to ask. We are the first country approved the strategies, although we have 3 funds and 5 operational programs, So it's not valid argument that it's complicated, If there is a system, it's working. So this is just an excuse, maybe, of politicians who do not want to give power to the people to select the projects and to use the money how they want, And this is the argument.
We have a new rural minister now, so I will send her directly to...
Yes, I'm also a politician, and so I can explain it to them.
So Radim, your advice will be very welcome. Yes,
Niklas. This is the secret real reason. It's the giving up power from the national side towards the people themselves. And that's the main reason, because if you make it harder for them to access funding, if you involve less people, of course, you have concentrated more power to single persons. And I know it from my constituency, for example, our ministers love to go in the campaign, go around and hand out big checks. You know, it's not sustainable, it's not useful, it's not helping anybody on the long term, but they can, you know, it's helping them for their campaign because they can run around and hand out the big checks for like single projects. And I think that's the real reason to concentrate the power. And other than that, that's all the reasoning can only be,
Yes, we need to motivate member states and governments, and I see that Radim is and Czech Republic is a good example how to make it done. Yes, Marianne, please.
I think we are maybe being a little bit harsh, because I think also we have a responsibility as a local action group to show our use to the government and maybe communicate a little bit better, because I have a feeling that every time we talk to them, we're only talking about the complicated administration instead of saying what we can do and what kind of a tool the local action group is, and the competences that we have and the innovation that we're doing and the vastness of our project scope. So I think that really needs to be done. And then there is always power struggle, not only between the government and other people, but between actors in general. And
Yes, we are now approaching to close this session. I invite all panelists to summarize 2-3 keywords from this really interesting panel. After listening also others, what do you think are the priority actions and partners to be involved to arrive to the vision designed for rural areas to make it true? Maybe we can start from Radim, and then yes, each of you can.
So I will repeat what I have said.
Reflect.
Rural areas are not a museum. Rural areas are the future. Europe starts in the rural areas.
I think all the interventions this morning show we need a strong network like Halmstad, and I want to thank Marion for the dynamic carried by her. It's very important for LAGs to be organized in this network, and I hope we are going to work together and to work for leader on CLLD.
Yes, I think that the time for CLLD is coming and will continue to come, but we still have to fight for it. But we still have probably the best situation, or that we ever had. But it's still not over, and we need to continue to go for it from all sides. By the way, be it on the stage with the Commission. I'm completely hoping for your help in convincing the member states to include CLLD in their programs, as well as everybody from national parliaments to the whole regions, and of course everybody working as stakeholders and doing their best. Just try to lobby your governments and your politicians that they include it in the programs. And if we set that in stone, we would see so much change in the next 7 years. I think that would be incredible.
From my viewpoint, I just want to reassure you, I've heard it, that the really partnership principle is very strong and present in the cohesion policy now. We want to be clear that it's not only now in this stage during negotiations of programs, but we are going to follow it all over through implementation. We want to support the stakeholders so that they can participate not only now when we consult the programs or national authorities consult the program, but also during implementation, the possibilities to participate in monitoring, evaluations, and so on. So that's, and the message is we continue working. We've heard what actions are there for long-term vision for rural areas. We are there. We start working on all the actions. We have people in place. We have money to finance this. So we go on.
Thank you.
We are here at the anniversary moment. So I think 30 years. The leader method, I think, has passed the test of the history. It proved to be a very effective method and very effective policy tool. And this is because of you, because you've been behind and you are working hard to implement it. And I want to congratulate you for everything that you achieved, for implementing this initial idea that started as a community initiative and become such a widespread method in EU and beyond the EU. And you know that the Commission was very proud of this method. We even promoted outside the EU. And just to mention that in the Task Force for Rural Africa, we have used and tried to promote this method also as a local development method for this continent. And now we are looking ahead, 20 years. So I hope that we have a lot of challenges ahead of us. And I wish you good luck. And probably I will not be here to celebrate the next 20 years, but I am pretty sure and I'm confident that you will do an excellent job to translate this vision in reality. Thank you very much. And good luck and happy anniversary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mihai, for those words. I think they really nicely lead to what I wanted to say, and that is that the future of Europe is in your hands. I have to say that because Vice President is charged also with the Conference on the Future of Europe. But here you are shaping the future of Europe. And we are trying to help by providing this one way of doing that, and that is through the long-term vision of rural areas. But continue building the future as you have done so wonderfully in the past, and let us know, let us actually do it all together. Thank you.
Thank you. Marin, yes.
Thank you for all the nice words. We will continue to stay in contact with you. And also I wanted to, that reminded me that I forgot to tell you before that we are actually in an event in the framework of the Conference of the Future of Europe, and we will get to some conclusions in the end of the conference deriving from this panel and on the next, where we will send messages into the Commission of our wishes and what we see. And I think a lot of good points have come up here already today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you very much for a very interesting discussion. And I'm looking forward to inviting you to the Swedish Parliament to continue the discussions, because the work that you all are doing is very important. And the future of Europe is not built in Brussels, it's built everywhere in Europe. And I'm looking forward to having the further discussions.
Thank you. This was our session. Thank you to panelists. Thank you to audience. I now give over to Ulrika.
And thank you to Christina as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now I will make just a quick thank you because we are heading for lunch. This is yes, you get one also. This is something really locally produced from the region of Halland. Please, welcome. Thank you. And I need the paper bag as well. Thank you. Because this one is for you. Yeah. There you go. You're welcome. Okay, thank you once again to the panel. Give them a big applause.
Woo! Thank you. We can go, yes.
And now it is time for lunch. And the lunch is served right outside here. Important information for you who has ordered the vegan option. That one you will pick up by the bar. The vegan option is by the bar. Now we will like to see you in the chairs again at 2:15, 14:15. 2:15 back here again. Thank you so much.
I'll divide and I will you like all I ever wanted, but I couldn't afford. I know you like feeling haunted. Would a pretty girl leave you bored? Cause the memories go, and I can't even run. I gotta win this just to prove to me I can. I'll divide and I will conquer. I will battle like a warrior. If I'm dying, getting stronger. I'll divide and I will conquer. Wanna be a little stronger. Each fall takes a piece out of our hearts. So I'll run away, away into the darkest parts of me. I need a change, just be replay. I thought love was a lost art till you showed me some sanctuary. Now I never wanna let you go, never gonna let you go. Until we're both those souls running out for love. You were there with open arms when I thought love was a lost art. When I thought love was a lost art. Empty halls, running with my eyes shut. If I fall, I'm not sure I can get up. So I'll find a way to sit until the light is set. I need a change desperately. I thought love was a lost art till you showed me some sanctuary. Now I never wanna let you go, never gonna let you go. Until we're both souls running out for love. You were there with open arms when I thought love was a lost art. If I slowly retrace, I remember days I was locked in gray and all the wild shades swim in my veins. You took them all away. There's nothing left to say. I thought I was a lost art till you showed me some sanctuary. Now I never wanna let you go, never gonna let you go. Until we're both those souls running out for love. When I thought love was a lost art.
Are you ready for phase one?
brought to me. You're the girl I wanna see. You're the girl I wanna be. Baby, it's just you and me. Yeah. No place I brought to me. You're the girl I wanna see. You're the girl I wanna be. Baby, it's just you and me. Yeah. Baby, it's just you and me. You and me. Baby, it's just you and me. Baby, it's just you and me. Baby, it's just you and me. Oh, I got a lot to say, don't want to share it, but a lot of pain. But I know that you're I'm a disease and you are my cure. Right there, girl, you better move. Right there, can't feel it too. Right there, girl, you better move. Hey, right there, can't feel it too. No place I'd rather be. You're the girl I wanna see. You're the girl I wanna be. Baby, it's just you and me. Yeah. No place I'd rather be. You're the girl I wanna see. You're the girl I wanna be. Baby, it's just you and me. Yeah. Baby, it's just you and me. Oh, baby, it's just you and me. 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 You and me. Baby, it's just you and me. Baby, it's just you and me. But it's time, living in the thoughts and the visions, but between the lines, yeah. I can't even talk with the visions there in my mind. Cause every time I fall, I can feel you there by my side, yeah. So show me the way and I'll follow you. Show me the way, cause that's all I do. Take the leap of faith and I'll dive into my diamonds are finding this divine light inside of you. Tell me that you want me, baby. That ice cold stare. I just wanna know you, baby. From 1 to 3. Got me looking everywhere for you. Count the stars you are my sun. Underneath my skin, my bones are creeping in. I don't want this love to end. Underneath my skin, when I look into your eyes, see the miracle of light shining underneath your skin. Underneath your skin. Underneath your skin. Wake up in the morning to get a touch from your arm. No regrets, I can't forget the scent you had on. Fingernails, I tell the tears of sex, but you're gone. Now I wonder what's coming next in this song. So show me the way and I'll follow you. Show me the way, cause that's all I do. Take the leap of faith and I'll dive into my diamonds are finding this divine light inside of you. Tell me that you want me, baby. That ice cold stare. I just wanna know you, baby. From 1 to 3. Got me looking everywhere for you. Count the stars, you are my sun. Oh, underneath my skin, my bones are creeping in. I don't want this love to end. Underneath my skin, when I look into your eyes, see the miracle of light shining. Underneath your skin. Underneath your skin. My skin. Yeah, my bones are creeping in. I don't want this love to end. Underneath my skin, when I look into your eyes, see the miracle of light shine. Underneath your skin. Underneath your skin.
Bad, but I like it. Like when you fuck with my mind. Like that we're wrong, can't keep it right. No, no. Poison, but we're perfect. See the revenge in your eyes. Spare the goodbyes, replace them with fights. Oh, the gun, hand on the trigger. Can't pull the trigger, consumed by your figure. Me and you make one messed up masterpiece. Disaster filled dream bound to be going off in You know I love the pain. We're going up in flames. We're going up. We're twice round, you come round to me. Bound to be bad for me. Bad for each other. Keep making your messes mine. My mind is just mad at God. Down for this fire. They strike the lighter. We're going up in flames. You know I love the pain. We're going up in flames. We're going up. We're going.
Over the mirror, tell me what you see. 'Cause I see scratches, a scratch all over me. Out of the summer, of the love, of the pain. Not the passion, when I'm with you. Oh, the pain. Not the passion, when I'm with you. Oh, the stay with me and we can run from here and we can disappear and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me. okay if you just stay with me, and we can run from here and we can disappear and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, a sign of I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me.
Oh, may I beg in your arms? Right. Oh, told me not to call you up. Hey, you look like waiting up. You, you look like waiting up. You. Oh, may I beg in your arms? Right. Oh, told me not to call you up. Hey, you look like waiting up. You, you look like waiting up. You.
Loving you is easy. I like it forever. Loving you is easy. It's you and me. It's my voice talking cheap on the telephone. It's where I've been. It's the proof that I waited to say I'm wrong. Stuck inside my head that November. You know I never been the type to get up and surrender. That's how I feel. I don't ask, you don't tell, find a way to deal. Standing in the sun mid-December, listening to the songs that I know you love. Take me back in time when we used to fly miles above. I don't wanna come back down. It's everything. It's the clothes that you left with your memory. I've been battling with the ghosts from the past like it's poetry. And every time I think things are better, I end up back to start colder heart than the weather. That's how I feel. I don't ask, you don't tell, moving on for real. Sitting in the sun mid-December, listen to the songs that I know you love. See me back in time when we used to fly miles above. I don't wanna come back down. I don't wanna come back down. No, I don't wanna come back down. No. Standing in the sun in December, listening to the songs that I know you love. Take me back in time when we used to fly miles above. I don't wanna come back down. I don't wanna come back down. I don't wanna come back
Living the days of the torch. Living the days of the torch. Living the days of the torch. If I gave you a week, would you keep it in a bottle, lie in bed and pour a drink of me? And let your friends think you're developing a problem, but we're happier than it could be. And if there wasn't always something dragging us down, like everyone around us saying we're just messing around. Then maybe I can love you, babe, but maybe I'm too afraid of getting less than I gave. I'm not that brave. We were so close to everything we wanted, to everything we almost had. We were so close that I could almost feel the pain and it hurt so bad. But there's always something changing the way we go. Like everyone around us thinking that they should have a say, but they don't. Well, maybe I can love you, babe, but maybe I'm too afraid of getting less than I gave. I'm not that brave. 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 I'm not that brave.
with the baseline drops, it's a vibes in ting, no skank in the rave. We're skank in the rave, roll with coke, no shamps in the rave. Crowd go mad with the baseline drops, it's a vibes in ting, no skank in the rave. We're skank in the rave, roll with coke, no shamps in the rave. Crowd go mad with the baseline drops, it's a vibes in ting, no skank in the rave. Vibes in ting, no skank in the rave. We a skank in the rave, roll with coke, no shamps in the rave. Crowd go mad with the baseline drops, it's a vibes in ting, no skank in the rave. We a skank in the rave, roll with coke, no shamps in the rave. Crowd go mad with the baseline drops, it's a vibes in ting, no skank in the rave. We a skank in the rave, roll with coke, no shamps in the rave. Crowd go mad with the baseline drops, it's a vibes in ting, no skank in the rave. We a skank in the rave, roll with coke, no shamps in the rave. Crowd go mad with the baseline drops, it's a vibes in ting, no skank in the rave. We a skank in the rave, roll with coke, no shamps in the rave. Crowd go mad with the baseline drops, it's a vibes in ting, no skank in the rave. We a skank in the rave, roll with coke, no shamps in the rave. Crowd go mad with the baseline drops, it's a vibes in ting, no skank in the rave. We're skank in the rave, roll with coke, no shamps in the rave. Crowd go mad with the baseline drops, it's a vibes in ting, no skank in the rave. We're skank in the rave, roll with coke, no shamps in the rave. Crowd go mad with the baseline drops, it's a vibes in ting, no skank in the rave. We're skank in the rave, roll with coke, no shamps in the rave. Crowd go mad with the baseline drops, it's a vibes in ting, no skank in the rave. Vibes in ting, no skank in the rave. We're skank in the rave, roll with coke, no shamps in the rave. Crowd go mad with the baseline drops, it's a vibes in ting, no skank in the rave. We're skank in the rave, roll with coke, no shamps in the rave. Crowd go mad with the baseline drops, it's a vibes in ting, no skank in the rave. We're skank in the rave, roll with coke, no shamps in the rave. Crowd go mad with the baseline drops, it's a vibes in ting, no skank in the rave. We're skank in the rave, roll with coke, no shamps in the rave. Crowd go mad with the baseline drops, it's a vibes in ting, no skank in the rave. We're skank in the rave, roll with coke, no shamps in the rave. Crowd go mad with the baseline drops, it's a vibes in ting, no skank in the rave. We're skank in the rave, roll with coke, no shamps in the rave. Crowd go mad with the baseline drops, it's a vibes in ting, no skank in the rave. taking over me. I can't stop, this feeling's taking over me. I can't stop, this feeling's taking over me. You're feeling me, I hope you're feeling me. You're feeling me, I hope you're feeling me. You're feeling me, I hope you're feeling me. You're feeling me. I can't stop. You're feeling me. I hope you're feeling me. You're feeling me. You're feeling me. You're feeling me. I hope you're feeling me. You're feeling. I can't stop. I can't stop. I can't stop. Taking over me. I can't stop. This feeling's taking over me. I can't stop. This feeling's taking over me. I can't stop. You're feeling me. I hope you're feeling me. You're feeling me. I hope you're feeling me. You're feeling me. I hope you're feeling me. You're feeling me. I can't stop. You're feeling me. I hope you're feeling me. You're feeling, you're feeling me. You're feeling me. I hope you're feeling me. You're feeling. I can't stop. I can't stop. I can't stop. Nothing seems the same. Always on the go now. Never seem to slow down. You've been playing games. You don't pick up the phone now. When you know I'm never home now. Tell me when am I gonna see you? 'Cause I've been missing your body right beside me. Tell me when am I gonna see you? You've been driving me crazy. I can't take this. All I wanna do, all I wanna do, all I wanna do is be right there for you. Be right there with you. All I wanna do, all I wanna do, all I wanna do is be right there for you. Be right next to you. Wait a minute. Be right next to you. All I wanna do, all I wanna do, all I wanna do, I wanna be there for you. I wanna be there with you. All I wanna do, all I wanna do, all I wanna do is be right there for you. Be right next to you. I know it's hard to make the time. You know you're always on my mind. I'm working, you're hurting, and it kills me inside. Miss me like I miss you. Trust is not an issue. Just pick up your phone now, 'cause I'm on the way back for you. So tell me when am I gonna see you?
Welcome back. I hope you all had a nice lunch and a lot of really good conversations and chats with each other. We now have a really interesting afternoon ahead of us. And as an introduction to the panel discussion of future leaders, I would like to welcome two speakers. Okay. Technicians, can you do something for me? Because this isn't moving. But while they are fixing this for us, because I don't have to do anything actually, I would like to introduce our first speaker. That is Miss Lana Shanodelli, a member of the Georgian Association of Local Action Groups. Welcome, Lana.
Is my voice okay? Hello, for the first time, it's really great honor for me to be standing there and celebrating Giller's third birthday with you. I suppose that it's a very important day for everybody who perceives yourself as a part of this great community who is what is called a leader. And so happy Leader's 30th birthday. I want to, if it still, yes, works, short information about myself. I'm Lana Shanodelli from Georgia. I'm 23 years old. I'm the one who was not born but grew up with a leader in the community of the Georgian Association of Local Action Groups. And to tell you the truth, I'm really loving this fact that I'm mentioning that I'm the part of the leader from the first time that it was created in Georgia. I want to mention the password of for your questions during our panel. It's 95672067. Okay, I am about to go on for a very short presentation, which will be around myself. And I will talk about the things that leader learned me and helped me to grow myself in a professional way. Here we are. As you know, our panel is called Future Leaders. And during the panel discussion, you will find the people that I have just found within this possibility that this leader gave me recently. Great young people from different regions and different countries, which are also the member of this leader network. First of all, I want to overview the discussion that I'm about to cover. The thing about Georgia and how this leader started in Georgia. Borjomi, the place where I was born and grew up. It's a rural place in Georgia. My journey, which is of course related to the leader, LAG network life cycle, Georgian Association Local Action Groups, GALAG, and what the things that I learned from leader. Actually, my whole presentation is focusing on this topic, the things that I learned from leader. I want to tell you about the Georgia. You can find the map in orange. This is a Caucasus country, the smallest one, to tell you the truth, but with a great and a very interesting culture. On the downstairs, you can find out that there is a population number, and unfortunately, the population of Tbilisi is the capital of Georgia. You may already know that increasing annually, but there is a serious depopulation problem in Georgia, which we are facing every year. This is Borjomi. This is the place where I was born and grew up. Borjomi is famous for its mineral waters and Borjomi-Haragalli National Park. This is a picture of Borjomi-Haragalli National Park. And mineral water is the thing that maybe some of them have found out in some European countries, because you can find this in the shops in there. Actually, this is a place where my whole life is connected to, and the leader and the lag helped me to fix with this place even more than I had a possibility before this. I want to tell you the short history how actually leader started in Georgia. It was 2015 when the leader came in Georgia with creating 3 lags, 3 local action groups in Georgia. It was Lagodechik, Azbegi, and Borjomi lag. I do remember the day when I was going to the school, and a friend of mine just met me, and she gave me the information that a new project was about to be launched in Borjomi. And I was born as a very curious person and always want to know the things that are happening in Borjomi. And the only thing she told me was that the project was kind of named after leader. And I suppose that it happened because of my special relation with this word, leader. I told myself that, Lana, you should go there and find it out, because it's impossible to be something bad when it's called after leader. So, of course, I went there. This is the first meeting of the lag creation in Borjomi. I found out just not very big information, to tell you the truth, at the conference, the first information meeting. But I found out that leader was the methodology to make this development approach of a leader was creating this lag and to promote this bottom-up approach in the community. And of course, after this day, I made the application, and after the week, they called me and told that, Lana, you are 17 years old. I was 17 years old by the time. You are underage, but okay, let's try this. So after 1 week, I rushed to the first meeting in LAG, and soon I found out myself that I became a very actively active member in the LAG. I was participating in every activities that was happening in my municipality. It was the first time that I felt that I do matter for my municipality and had chances to make something and contribute to the development process of this place. Actually, soon I found out that the LAG created many values to me. First, I want to find out that it was a great place where people from different sectors combined together, and they gathered their knowledge at the round table in Borjomi. It was even great experiences for them. LAG helped me to find out people from different sectors in Borjomi with great experiences in different fields, because from them, I learned the things that it was impossible for me to read somewhere, the books. Because there were people who are working like more than 10 or 15 years ago, for 10 or 15 years in different fields, and they had huge experiences in this kind. But I was graduating school, so I had to leave for Tbilisi for my studies. And according to the LAG legislation, when you are having 3 missings of the LAG meetings, you are no longer have the status of a LAG member. But when we were having the last meeting, this is the picture of our last meeting, and when I was leaving for Tbilisi, they told me that the LAG manager and the members of the LAG had surprise for me. And I found out that the surprise was following. All the missings were honorable for me in order to keep Lana as a member of LAG. But I found out that this was not, this was the thing that boosted even my sense of responsibility. And I found out that LAG membership for me was not just LAG membership. I should have done even more than I was doing before, because I was feeling the confidence from the members of the LAG. And actually, I found out that this was trust and confidence what really saved me in Borjomi. I'm not sure it works. Okay, I will go back to there. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it went that? Yes. So this is the way I was saved to my municipality. And since the day I found out that when I went to Tbilisi for my studies, I was learning everything to just pay forward to Borjomi, the place where I was from, because everything that I was learning in Tbilisi, in the capital, I was looking forward to go to my place and share with youth people or for the different people that I was knowing them. Now I want to mention the journey that is related to the leader in my life. There is a huge leader community in my life. The people that I got known with them within this leader. Actually, with another project manager of the LAG, I was recommended within the USAID Zerda activity as the trainer. We were selected just 16 trainers throughout the Georgia, and this was a great opportunity for me to be among them. And then I held the trainings in Borjomi and was learning these children and young people from 18 to 28 years old, entrepreneurship and leadership skills. And I found out that there were people with great ideas, with a great drive in Borjomi that I have never idea that they were a part of my community. Actually, one of the biggest benefit of having this member of the leader was to find out people in the same community, but the members who I don't have no idea where they were before. There was another project that I learned at Tbilisi, and everything, as I mentioned, everything that I was learning around non-formal education, because there is a very bad access of non-formal education projects in Borjomi. I was going on the weekends and sharing this within youth or even LAG members and so on. This was the course of professional orientation and career guidance, and I shared this. I choose 5 public schools in Borjomi. It was just my decision. I brought this local and brought this course in order to obtain the knowledge how to match their skills and knowledge with available professions. And I found out that there you can find a great young people in rural areas, but there is need to just pushing to unleash their full potentials of the people who are living around us. They were actively participating in LAG's environmental activities. Then I found out, as I have mentioned, or maybe I have not mentioned, in Tbilisi I was studying journalism and mass communication. This is my profession. And of course I had a dream to work as a journalist, but it's rather hard in Tbilisi in Georgia actually, to work somewhere in the television. Then I found out at the one day when we had a monitoring day of the project, I found out our beneficiary who recommended me with one of the greatest television in Georgia. So that was how I become the member of this great team. But I found out that no matter it was in Tbilisi, it was in Borjomi, or in different places of the world, that the leader was coming with me. It became the lifestyle of me. And there was a day that we decided to make one TV show around the leader implementation of Georgia. Because it was all the same, the community there was just part of the thing that was talking about was how was leader happening in Borjomi and what was the local action groups in Georgia. Then we create a Georgian Association of Local Action Groups. It's a place where I was selected selected by the LAG members as a chairperson of GALAG. This was another huge responsibility for me because by the time I was just 19 years old, the smallest one in GALAG, and was a bit afraid of being a chairperson. But the thing that the people were around me, the community, even in LAGs, even in GALAG, was making me sure that I could do, that LAG gave me the sense that I'm important one to my municipalities and the sense that I can do even more than I have an imagine around myself. And this GALAG helped me to find out people with different rural areas, with the same country, with different rural areas, but the same values, with the same passion and love of their municipalities, and with the great ideas how to bring the changes in their places. Actually, this is the topic that is around my current works in Borjomi. My friends from Tbilisi named me after a reason seeker. That means that I'm always looking out and want to have many reasons for me to go to Borjomi every Saturday. This is one of the work that I'm doing every Saturday in Borjomi, and so I found out that I'm spending half of my lifetime on the road from Borjomi to Tbilisi because there's a 2 hours road, and I'm going to Borjomi after my work on Friday evening, and then get back to Tbilisi for my work by the morning on the Monday. Now I'm working in Borjomi as a project coordinator. We are implementing the project by the LAG. This is a project of smart villages where I'm working as a project coordinator, and we're making this a part-time job application for the people to let and help them to find their working places. And there is another thing that really saves me in Borjomi, and this is my volunteering thing, that during one of our projects that is implemented by the LAG, I found out the young people, there is one non-formal educational school, a great one. I don't know if there is a similar one even in Georgia or even in Caucasus maybe. The people, and we bought them some instruments for their handcraft and so on. And I found out that children were very interested in improving themselves, and they had huge potentials, but there was some things they need some kind of pushing to help to realize. Then I decided to make a course for them. This is course, the name Education for Development, which I'm holding it every Saturday. And in the emotions and even the attitude, the way they wait for me to come for this course every Saturday in Borjomi is quite enough for me to have enough reasons for going there at every Saturday. And I found out, this is what the selfie that we got about 2 days ago on the last Saturday. The people that I had attached within this LAG and leader, I found out that they become sure that this is youth who can make great changes in Georgia and in Borjomi and in their communities. Because when I was facing kind of problems, I was somebody to have come to solve this problem. And then the luck helped me to find out that it might be me, Lana, who can make some decisions how to solve this problem. And I want also to touch upon in very shortly the things that leader helped me to find out. It was discovering promising human resources and potentials within Borjomi. This is the huge that explored and had no idea that people of this great thing, potentials, was living just next to me, was studying in the same schools and so on, and was loving Borjomi the same way I do. Supporting and empowering youth people with local communities. This is the thing that is happening annually, and still, if I'm learning something, I'm looking forward to go there to share the people who are living in Borjomi. It's contributing to the development of my local community and the civil society. I was calling it as an opportunity, but then I found out that it's not opportunity, but it's a great honor for me to be contributing and the contributor to the development process. And I found out that it's not opportunity, but it's became a hobby of me to making something from the place where I was born and grew up. Continuing my personal development within international and local projects, nowadays that I'm studying here and talking to you is one of the greatest example of the fourth topic, and meeting bright individuals at national or international level. I suppose that leader is the thing of the networking. It's the most important part of and the most significant added value that lets you to find out people around the world. You here are the people from the Georgia at different towns of my country, and people that I found out in the region and had no idea that they were living in the same country. And this is a great and huge potential that leader brought to me, and it's a really great honor to be a member of this great network, which is called Leader. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lana. And you will come back in a little while. Yeah. And our next speaker is Miss Sima Benny, who is a project manager at the Swedish Studieförbundet Vuxenskolan. So welcome, Sima.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I would like to say, I would begin and say, like, what a great feeling to be standing here. I'm so happy to be here today and to be part of Leader and this conference. Happy anniversary for Leader. And I'm also so happy to be talking about how running projects changed my life. I would like to start with introducing myself. My name is Sima, and I'm 20 years old, probably the youngest one here. Yeah. I'm originally from Syria. I was born and raised in Aleppo. And when I was about 11 years old, when the war started in Syria, I moved to Turkey, lived about 3 years. And then in September 2014, I came here with my beautiful family to Sweden. Here's a picture when we were in the airport. And it's like my whole life I used to live in a bigger cities, like only in cities that has so many population. Like in Aleppo, it was at the time around 4 million population, and then in Turkey I was like in Mersin about 1 million population. And then when I came to Sweden, that was pretty interesting. I ended up in a countryside out of a countryside, like in a very, very, very small village with only about 300 population. And that was quite interesting, in the middle of the forest, coming to a new country. You don't know the language, you don't know the culture or anything. So I just learned a lot about that. I got a new perspective of a lot of things. And I'm going to talk about it later in my presentation. But right now, I have 4 different jobs. Crazy. It doesn't feel that much, actually, because I'm so passionate about all the things that I do. I'm passionate about entrepreneurship, leadership, and giving technology and giving opportunities to teens to do what they want in their leisure and free time. So I work as a project manager. My main job is as project manager, where I help teens who live in the rural areas to start their own association, to run their own project, or to start a study circle. I really enjoy my job, and but yeah, let me tell you about how it all started. So when I was about 16, 15 years old, I used to hang out in a youth recreation center. And one day someone came to me and asked me, Sima, do you want to be in a group of teens who want to organize a local festival? And do you think Sima, who is 16 years old, know how to organize anything? Of course not. But you know what? That sounds cool. Like festival, why not? And I said yes. So me and you see the people in the picture are the friends I made. We organized a Life by Youth festival. It was a local festival in Hyltebruk, which was really interesting because, as I said, I had no idea how to run project, how to fill in an application, how to book an artist or like a band. But you know what? After 1 year of planning, asking him so many questions, emailing a lot of people, we succeeded, and we organized the whole local festival after a year. So I would like to share this video with you, everyone. I feel so overwhelmed after looking and watching the video again. As I said, we had no idea how to organize anything, but of course we got a lot of help of the adults in the group. And we used this film that we watched before to promote to the later years, so we kept doing the festival every year. But after organizing and planning the whole festival, I found my driving force. I was like, I can do more. I want to do more. Even if I live in a rural area and there's nothing to do, especially if you are a teenager, I was like, you know what? Let me try something new. And this time I was the one who's going and asking people, do you want to be and run a project? Do you want to be in this group project? And then I found 4 different other people, and we built a human football plan. I think everyone knows that football table game. We wanted to be like as a human size. So we built a human football plan. It was also a successful project. So proud of it. And I have also a video that I want to show you. Yes, I think the video was kind of zoomed in, but it's okay. You just see the concept of it. But after running these 2 projects, I would like to talk about what did all that lead to. And of course, first of all, knowledge. I learned so much about, I would say, like all the democratic processes, about running project, marketing, filling in application, and more. And of course, experience, a lot of experience, because it's a whole process, and you fail through the process, and then you learn, and then you do again, and the whole process you just gain a huge experience. And of course, integration. As I said, I came to Sweden in September 2014, so about 7 years old, and living in a countryside where mostly elderly people that live there, it wasn't that easy to integrate and to make friends, to learn the language, and to learn about the culture, and to be a part of it. So because of the project, I got to integrate in the community. I got to learn a lot of things and meet new people. And of course, it's networking, new friends. I met not only people from where I lived in a rural area, I met from the whole region. I found people that had the same interest as me, and that helped me to become more by myself and have this driving force at continue to do whatever I want. And I think it's cool. And talking about driving force, I found it after this project, or after this opportunity. And in high school, I started my own company where I designed and handmade candlesticks in ceramic. You can see a picture of it here. That's a great experience. I don't have the company anymore, but like I just want to try something new, and I still want to try another new things because of the opportunities I get because of leader. And of course, job offers. I don't have to send my CV and application to get a job. People contact me because they know I have a huge driving force. My work as a project manager right now, I get it because of all the projects I did, of the company, of all the things. They reach out to me and be like, yeah, you want to work? And I was like, yeah, why not? So that's really great. And I'm so grateful for that. Because I got this opportunity when I was I was going to say when I was young, I'm still young, but when I was 16, 15 years old, I still want to give it to the other teenagers to just like to be involved and to affect on their free time and do the thing that they really think are important in their lives. So I'm so passionate about all the jobs I do, and I will continue working with that and just help all the teams. Lastly, I would like, just to thank you for the opportunity to be here. And of course, you can always contact me in my social media. My name is Sima Benni, and all social media, or you can just email me. Thank you for your attention.
Wow, I have to say, what inspiring stories from both Lana and Sima, and what really, really interesting introductions to the panel now coming up, future leaders. And it will actually be Lana who will be moderating this panel. Welcome, Lana. And this is exciting. Will it work now?
So should we go on?
Like this? No, I would like to have this one again, because you can ask questions to the panel and you have the password here, and you will take it afterwards.
Yes, sure.
Okay, yes, you're welcome.
Again. Now we are about to have a very interesting panel discussion with the youth people who are waiting downstairs with a great passion and interest and the great jobs from their own communities. Okay, let me introduce them with you. Aiva Kishanuta from Latvia, a very active member for her community and a very active mother as well. Amelie Krug, a council member of Ecolize team. Dave Canaveira from Portugal, the member of Mihatara Federation team. Eleonora Takala from Finland, leader of Safari Rural Development Association. Niklas Dinas, a member of European Parliament. And Sima Bani, youth worker, please get back to the stage. Okay, I want to mention that it's a great honor for me to be the moderator of the panel and to have the opportunity to find us great people from different European countries who are gathering here. Okay, let me go on to the first question, not to burn in our time, so we are very limited. Aiva, please be the first one who will get my question. I know that you get back to your municipality of a rural place. I want to find out what was the biggest impact on your decision to stay in the rural place and grow up and make your family life there.
Okay, thank you. First of all, it's a great honor to be here and very happy birthday. And about myself, I was born and raised in a small village with a very intense cultural heritage and traditions and very close community. And I thought that it's like that everywhere. And, you know, in these small villages, everybody knows about everybody, sometimes more than you know about yourself, which is fine. And we had choirs and dance groups and all the cultural activities. And when I went to university, to the capital, of course, I was active. I was an active member of an environmental organization where I worked for 7 years. And I felt a bit tired and felt that I need some break and downsizing. So I was ready to move back to a small town called Saldus. It has about 9,000 inhabitants at the moment. And funny thing about downsizing, when you think about it, it's as a calm life, and yeah, funny, because it wasn't calm at all. Suddenly I realized that it is up to me and up to my friends and classmates to make this community where I live now active and interesting for myself, for my children. And now I can say that I am happy what I see, really. Like, my children can climb up the trees, they have an art school, they are so busy in everything just like me, probably because they are my children. Yeah, and I am very, very lucky with my community and fortunate to do the job there.
Thank you for your answer. I want to expand a little bit because I know that you had a chance to be a part of Leader, and want to mention how did this Leader help you to contribute in developing of your place?
So when I moved back to Saldus, my first job was working for local municipality as a project manager. And my first impression with and job with a leader was when we had to work on the area next to the lake, which was a little bit outside the town. Quite not very pleasant place for people to relax, with a lot of bushes and things like that. So we got a project and fundings from Leader to improve this place. So we didn't do much, actually. We put up, we built a parking place, bonfire places, and we put some sand to make it more accessible and nice for children. And even now, after 7 years, when I bring my child there, he said, "Hey, mommy, you built this so great." So it warms my heart, really. And the other thing, which I'm really proud of, I was a member of the big national level project where we were 12 people involved, overall from whole Latvia, from whole regions. We were trained as community leaders, yeah, let's say so. And together we worked on a community development plan, and it was 7 years ago. And now looking back with my colleague and friend, when we see the benefits this plan gave for the local community, I know at least 3 leader projects which were created after this plan was created. And I see now that the place is for people, and even more and more people in my age would like to come back to this small city called Brotēni, which is next to Saldus, and would like to spend their lives there and to be a part of this great community I come from.
Thank you. Thank you for your comprehensive answer and for highlighting a leader spirit in your answer. Okay, I want to move to David from Portugal. He actually lives in Lisbon, but he's from a small rural place from central Portugal where he returned during the pandemic. I suppose we have found one advantages of the COVID-19. Okay, my question is about the brain drain from rural areas. The proportion of the young people in rural areas declines annually. What is the Minhatera work and how you contribute in order to mitigate this problem of youth migration from rural areas?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Lena. So I would like to start by talking a little bit about Minha Terra. So we are the national rural, the national network of rural legs. We have 58 members and 60 rural legs. We have 2 associations, 2 members that are running 2 legs each one. So a fundamental part of what we do is lobbying and advocacy. We want to improve leader in our country. We try to adapt it to the new challenges that the territories face, new and old challenges. So a big part of what we do is also capacity building, training, qualifying our members to respond properly to the challenges in their territories. So one of the most important challenges we have in Portugal, as we saw in the map that was shown this morning, is the population of rural areas, especially in the border with Spain. Let me tell you a little bit about my story, my experience, because although, just like you said, although I live in the outskirts of Lisbon, my origins are in a very small town in the border with Spain, in the mountains in central Portugal, called Sabugal, very beautiful place. And depopulation in that area, especially an exodus of young people, started in the 60s during the dictatorship. People were fleeing for poverty. So my mother and her family, like thousands of people did on those times, crossed illegally the border with Spain to go to France. Some people went to Switzerland or Luxembourg or even Germany. And those who did not go in the 60s went in 70s and 80s, especially to Lisbon at that time. And that's a problem that still continues today, because young people continue to move to the big cities where they have more opportunities, educational opportunities and job opportunities. So they end up staying in big cities, not returning to rural areas. Just to say that in recent years, a new interest in rural areas has been growing, especially among young people. There have been some support from the legs, at least until the end of this of the current framework. The CLLD, in a plurifund way, in a multi-fund way, will much probably end. So we will lose some of the support to small businesses. They are small, but they are important, and young people use them. So, but there are young people with new ideas that want to create new businesses, and we have also this new opportunity that I've used, that is teleworking. I've been for months in my hometown, and I think it's a good opportunity to explore. Unfortunately, without the same amount of funding that we had, it's going to be difficult for the legs to explore that, and I think
Yeah, thank you. I suppose that one of the reason of our work is to, not only in case of our private stories, but in case of the people from rural areas, I mean youth people, to make them sure that rural area is something interesting and part of their identity, and it would be great that to be become an active members, and to realize that this is a place where they can their full potential, the place of realization. Thank you, David. Okay, our next participant is Amelie. Okay, I will draw the question to you straight, okay? How does Ecolise support collaboration around the environmental issues among community-led initiatives in order to expand public awareness and empower youth communities to engage in a spread transformative action on the ground?
Thank you, Lana. Firstly, I want to express my sincere gratitude to be invited to speak at this very important conference on behalf of Ecolise as a former council member and recent policy intern. And thank you, Lana, for this really wonderful question. You actually summarized exactly what Ecolise is about. It's about supporting transformative action towards greater sustainability among community-led initiatives in Europe. And I'm very glad to explain to all of you how we are doing this already and what our future aspirations are. And as the question is quite complex, I will break it down into a few pieces. So let me start with the core issues of what we are addressing. Those are the environmental issues, but also the social consequences of those. As we all are aware by now, we are facing a multifaceted environmental and climate crisis, and this is impacting the livelihoods of people across the globe, and existentially those of marginalized and economically disadvantaged. Failing to sufficiently reduce the harm on our ecosystems and regenerating the natural resources will lead to even more dramatic conditions, undermining conditions of survival and well-being of many, if not all. While the awareness for the global planetary crisis at the international level dates back 50 years, governments have yet failed to act and to actually act in a way that puts the world onto a sustainable pathway. So how can we achieve the drastic changes that we know are needed? Scientists not only have provided scientific evidence and insight into answering this question, but actually also very clear policy guidance. The IPCC, the Global Assessment Report on Climate Change, suggests shifting from a growth-based economy to a well-being economy. And the IPBES, the Global Assessment Report on Biodiversity and on Ecosystem Services, argues in a very similar way and emphasizes key leverage points for the transformation, amongst which are enabling visions for a good quality of life that do not entail ever-increasing material consumptions, implementing environmentally friendly technological and social innovations, and reducing inequalities. So how do the proposed policy pathways relate to the movement of community-led initiatives on climate change and sustainability? In a fairly significant way. CLIs are actually already implementing exactly those mentioned pathways. Community-led initiatives, as Ecolese defines them, are individuals in both rural and urban contexts that intentionally join together at the local or regional scale to initiate a project that improves social and ecological qualities. While there is a great diversity of community-led initiatives across the thousands of initiatives that exist around the world, there are also some key common values, and those are collective responsibility and collaboration, ecological integrity, social justice, and importantly also in this context of the community-led local development framework, holistic and integrated design principles. By developing and implementing social and technological innovations, they are establishing more sustainable, circular, and localized economies. So it is important to realize that the ecological footprints of community-led initiatives tend to be measurably lower than national averages, and therefore there lies a huge potential in scaling up these initiatives in the mitigation and the adaptation to this planetary crisis. Ecolese is therefore actively working towards the engagement of the society for community-led action, which brings me to the second part of the question, where you're asking about how we are expanding public awareness and how we are empowering communities to engage in and spread transformative action. And this is exactly what we are trying to do with our new Communities for Future Action program. So let me shortly explain the 4 domains of action. So the first domain is learn. And in this domain, we are facing the challenges that we still need to better understand research and knowledge gaps on the full potential of enabled community-led initiatives. Opportunities lie within the scientific insight into the sustainability crisis and into the required transition, which needs to happen in the next 10 years. And our actions are therefore to close this research gap by creating a factual basis, application-oriented and policy-oriented knowledge. In our second domain, the inspiration domain, we are facing the challenges of cultural values that don't go hand in hand with the sustainability trajectory, such as materialism, individualism, and ideas of development and progress. So our opportunities in this area lie within community-led initiatives as agents of cultural change who can bring about the required shift in norms and behavior. Our goals are to generate a widespread public awareness through sharing our inspiring stories. And the third domain is the advocacy domain, where we have a policy framework that is prioritizing scale, growth, and profit over sustainability, but there are also opportunities. And the opportunities at the UN level are Sustainable Development Goals, at the Paris Agreement, at the EU level, the Green Deal, the EU long-term vision, and also the LEADER and CLLD approach, which actually allows to implement these policies that are existing at the higher level, at the local scale. And this is exactly what we are striving for with our program, to have a greater recognition of the CLLD mechanism to address climate and environmental problems, and to align the local action group strategies in the upcoming programming period with the Green Deal. So we need to ensure that these community-led initiatives on climate change and sustainability can get engaged in these local action group programmings in the next funding period. And those are the actors that have been called for recently on the former panel, when you were calling for new actors that need to be engaged to bring the transformation that's necessary. Finally, the fourth domain is the enable domain. We are facing the challenges of a capacity and resource gap. Opportunities lie within the implementation of policies, and therefore we are establishing a framework of enhanced collaboration and capacity building to support communities in setting up new community-led initiatives and in engaging with local action groups. So I would like to close my response with a request. We invite all of you here today to support the Communities for Future Action Program. And our two main suggested actions are to join the Communities for Future Coalition for Sustainable Local and Regional Development, and use Communities for Future as a resource for local action groups to engage communities in the necessary transition. Thank you all for listening, and I'm happy for answering any further questions and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you for covering a very crucial and huge topic within the panel discussion. I want to move to Eleonora from Finland. And my question is following: what is the opportunity that iSafari creates for local youth, and how LEADER promotes your personal development? As I know you are working as a radio DJ as well. Yes.
Yes, thank you for letting me be here. For the first question, I think, well, LEADER iSafari is a local action group in Finland, and we actually have, just as many other Finnish local action groups, we have a youth board, which is almost the same as the official adult version of the local action group board. And all the local action groups have their own tasks for the youth boards, and for us, for LEADER iSafari. The youth board was founded in 2019, and ever since we've had a group of young people who are members of the board, and they actually get to decide or have a say on what kind of youth projects will be funded. But and also most of the projects are applied by young people themselves or groups of young people, and the funding is a lot smaller than normal LEADER projects. Usually it's between 300 and 1,000 euros. So there's a lot less paperwork involved, and that's how so many young people have been encouraged to apply for small projects, such as we've had projects where young entrepreneurs have applied for funding for a summer cafe or the equipment for that. So our board was able to fund that, which I think is very good. And there was also one project where young ballet dancers wanted to just see a professional ballet performance on a big screen. So we were able to fund that kind of project as well. I was actually a member of the youth board, and yeah, I think that was very good. I think it was good that we had that kind of smaller funding for young people and groups of young people. So that was one thing that I think is good for the young people. And then also we've had a couple of transnational projects. One was leader funded and the other one was Erasmus project. So both of those were focused on youth. The first one was an international band camp for young people, and we had partners in Estonia and in other parts of Finland for that. And then the Erasmus project, the topic was, or the name of it was Rural Areas Through Young People's Eyes. And the main theme was improving the image of rural areas in like young people's eyes, so that they would attract young people in the future as well. Because some of the young people felt like that was a problem. And yes, so that was the answer for the first question. And just to add, I think what I've found is that transnational projects are actually a very good way to reach young people. I think they are interested in them, and for local action groups, at least for us, we've had problems with reaching young people. So I think if we have more of those kinds of projects, we'll hopefully be able to reach more young people in the future as well. And now to the second question, I'm actually I'm in charge of the transnational cooperation projects at Leader Aisapari, and for me, I think it's been I've enjoyed being able to provide international opportunities and experiences for people in rural areas, both young and older. And I think many, for example, young people think that if they live in rural areas, they wouldn't be able to have international experiences. And I think it's been very enjoyable to be able to prove them wrong and give them opportunities like that, so that they can make friends in different countries and all that. And also, I've been working at the local action group for almost 3 years, and I think what I've found is that leader projects cover a lot of different themes and aspects of life, and that has motivated me to learn a lot about different fields that I probably wouldn't even be able to know about or to be interested in otherwise. But I think that's motivated me a lot, and it will in the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Eleonora. So, Niklas, I'm moving to you for the next question. How you suppose, what is the role of leader and CLLD in fostering a more united Europe? How can leader contribute in ecological, social, and territorial cohesion of Europe, strengthen civil society in rural areas where youth will be more involved in managing these processes?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. And I think the example that that Eleonora just gave is a very important one. If we're talking about rural areas, you know, there has been in previous panels, as well as in a lot of discussions, always been announced that there's this problem that young people tend to move out from rural areas or have interest in going into big cities or whatever. And I think a solution for that could be to include young people in the decision-making process in the rural areas and ask them, hey, what would you like to happen here in order to make the life more nicer for you, so that they could stay. And I think this is a very interesting project that you're doing in Aysapari, is that right? Okay. So I think that's a good example of how to include young people, especially in this decision-making process, that would then also improve the regions itself and make it more youth-proof in a certain way. And I think that what we also talked in the earlier panel about a little bit is that this CLLD approach from LEADER is really something that brings people onto the table and gives them the possibility to speak up their mind. And also not just that, it's not just about finishing your project and getting your thing done. That's the nice side effect, I would say. The major thing is to bring people together and have them discuss together their future, instead of sitting in the internet or like on the computer and just hating in the commentary sections and just going against each other, but really coming together and trying to find compromise, even though there are limited resources and even though there are common problems. And I think if we learn from that and take that to the next level, to the European and to the national level, that's something where we can really foster some unity across Europe. And I think, and then that's another story I think that really shows in this panel as well, that this LEADER project goes beyond the European Union, but really includes Europe as a whole. And that's something I think we can be very, very proud and happy about, and where we need to extend. And you mentioned it also, Elinor, concerning the Erasmus project. I think we need to see how we can include projects like these that enable cross-border mobility and experiences more, in order to not just have the discussion on the local level, but really have these exchanges like we have today with all these people from different countries and different member states, to ensure that we have this European feeling in this as a whole and have a discussion in there. And I think we still have a lot to do with LEADER, but also with CLD in general. But I think also the prospects and the examples that have been mentioned already show that we are on a very good path towards this unity.
Thank you so much. And Sima, let me get back to you with a very short question, because your presentation was almost covering your work here. But my question is, what were the most challenging things that you first came to Sweden, and how do you balance between your personal life and all your jobs you mentioned while your presentation?
My mic works. The most challenging thing, I would say there is a lot of things that is challenging, especially if you are coming from a whole different country. You don't know the language, you don't know the culture, etc. First, of course, the language. Second of all, it's culture shock, of course. Many people think because Sweden is a very modern country and mostly like everyone speaks English, it's safe to assume that's easier to integrate in the country, which is maybe not the easiest thing. But also, as I said, I lived my whole life in a bigger cities, and then when I came to Sweden, I ended up like in a very small village. And there was like mostly elderly people that lived there, and for me to come out and do the things I liked was very challenging, but because of LEADER, as I said before in my presentation, helped me through a lot to become like a part of the community, but also I felt like I always need to show people that I am a good person, that I'm here to build the country and be a part of it. And it was like, it's kind of sad that I need to explain to everyone that I'm here to study, to work. But through the project, of course, I was able to be part of something and to make change, to be involved. And today, because of the project, I can help other teenagers that also came from different countries to be involved and to be part of even if it's a small thing, but also to learn all the processes. How do I balance between my work and my personal life? Actually, it's not that easy, but the work became a part of my personal life, actually. And I'm still young, and I have different jobs because I only choose the best part of every job. So that's real cool. I only choose the thing that I'm most passionate about: entrepreneurship, technology, leadership, and working with teens. Like I would see myself doing that in my free time, just like running project or helping teenagers, but now I just work with that. So it's actually really nice balance between them, that it doesn't feel that it's hard, or I don't feel like, oh no, I'm going to work right now. Feel like, yay, I'm going to meet some teenagers and stuff. Even though I have a lot of nonprofit commitments as well, but also it feels like it's all as one, as a part of my personality, but as a part of my life as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to find out if we are having questions.
Yes, we have,
Sure.
naturally. But we have time for only one question, actually.
Okay, yes, sure.
Have we seen the end of rural depopulation with local jobs being accessible through IT connections?
I suppose that our panel discussion was that we should stop the depopulation in the rural places. If there is to make any reflection around the questions, you can raise your hand or answer the question. How we see the way out of the depopulation problem? That was a question, right? I suppose that
have we seen the end of the depopulation?
I suppose that the people that are taking part in the panel discussion are people who are making to stop and mitigate this problem in their regions, because those are people who great spirits related to the leader, and they were. I suppose that the question is about how to mitigate that population problem in rural areas. If I found it.
No. Once again, I say, have we seen? Do the panel think that we have seen the end of the rural depopulation due to the local jobs being accessible through IT connections? What are your opinions?
Maybe someone, if there is about to answer the question before I make the wrap of the session. Yes, sure.
I think it's hard to tell. I think we see all the benefits of rural areas, especially during the Corona crisis. A lot of people are actively thinking about moving back to rural areas or wanting to go there because, I don't know, they're afraid of cities, which is also a nice trend to see. We see also the technology advantage, because I think there's also the necessity to improve the conditions to give young families, young people actually the possibilities to live in rural areas. For example, was a digitalization, as well as schools and social institutions that all need to be available before you can start your family there. And this is going in the right direction, but I wouldn't say just, we have reached the end, because who knows what happens next? Maybe the next pandemic is one that only affects rural areas because it's, I don't know, it's, you never know what happens. And so I think we need to see how it develops. And I think the struggle or the fight for good living conditions in rural areas will continue and continue and continue. It's not like you win and then it's over, but it's a constant engagement is needed.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Emily. Yeah.
So I believe that we are actually facing different trends, and one of the trends is that through the technological advancement, rural areas have been depopulated because of advancements in agriculture and because of the transformation of the agricultural sector into more centralized structures and industrialized structures. And that actually has led to a lot of farms not being able to work anymore because they can't compete with the big farms in the rural areas. And so farmers who would like to transform back to more sustainable ways of farming are not able to do it because the people that they would have to have involved in this more labor-intensive farming methodology of agroecology are not in the rural areas anymore, but they're in the cities. So I think it's really great that the plans are there to relocalize the farming sector, but at the moment, the last decades have shown a different trend. Yeah.
Thank you. That was the only question, right? Okay, thank you, thank you. I will, David, maybe you're...
So just about, because I said that I've been working teleworking from a rural area for a month, I think that technology and teleworking may be a solution to keep some people in rural areas, but it will not solve the problem of the population. It's necessary to create jobs, to have security in a long term, to create a family, to build a family. So it's an opportunity, but it will surely not solve the problem.
Thank you. Is it possible to make a short wrap up of the session? Just a minute.
Yep.
That's okay. First of all, I want to thank you for your participation in the panel and for bringing and highlighting a very important issues. I suppose that during the panel, we found out that leader creates great development opportunities. It's the best instrument for regional integrated development and the greatest tool that I know by the time that to unleash the creative potentials of youth in rural areas. When we talk about sustainable development, it means to think globally in order to act at local level, create a sustainable society and keep in mind the generations to come. Because rural areas have a key roles to play in these processes, and it's up to the young generations to create the dialogue among society to reach better social and economic changes. However, above listed challenges that the panel discussions talk about also bring many opportunities, and we supposed to use every chance to improve the well-being of rural places. My belief is that when young people, that maybe the people of the panel discussions, make vibrant lives in rural places, we become the lifeblood of this place. And of course, this will help rural economies to thrive. And because once empowered young people can drive sustainable social and economic change. And it's hard to achieve rural sustainable development goals without youth engagement in it. And for sure, the rural youth will grab these opportunities if given the chance. Thank you for attention. Thank you once again for participating.
Thank you to Lana Shanandrelli. Thank you so much. And thank you to all the panelists. And Niklas, I'm so sorry you won't get a present again. Thank you. So thank you so much.
Never mind.
And I need one more. Sorry. I take it back. There you go. You have the proper one. So, and there, and there. Now we have all. And now it is time for a coffee break. See you here at 4 o'clock again. And a big applause to the panelists again.
Tell me when am I gonna see you? You've been driving me crazy. I can't take this. All I wanna do is be right there for you. Be right there with you. All I wanna do is be right there for you. Be right next to you. Wait a minute. Be right next to you. All I wanna do, I wanna be there for you. I wanna be there with you. All I wanna do is be right there for you. Be right next to you. All I wanna do is be right there for you. Is
just be right there with you. Yeah, all I wanna do, all I wanna do. Just be right there with you.
I bet I walk my way, let behind my voices fade, living the way I do. You ran outside the door, trying to collect my thoughts, silly words from yesterday. I feel like I lose my mind every time when you're around. I have so much to say. I have so much to say. You take with me best of the angels ecstasy. Beyond all strangers, come with me. Let's chase the morning star. You left the world, going at the distance. Fly with me, show no resistance next to me. Under the starry night, this is a paradise.
The session will start in 5 minutes. Please be seated. Please be seated. The session will start in 3 minutes. Please be seated. Please be seated. The session will start. Please be seated. Please be seated. The session will start. Please be seated. Please be seated.
Welcome back. The concept of smart villages was introduced by the Commission in, I think it was 2016, and you must correct me if I'm wrong. But there has, of course, been smart villages around Europe for a long time, and quite often in connection with LEADER. Our first speakers now in this block are Mrs. Lynn Malmgren and Mr. Tim Malmgren. It's late in the afternoon, sorry. And they are part of a smart family, actually, living in the smart village of Veberöd in Sweden. Welcome.
Thank you. So let's start this presentation. This is me and my sister. So we will represent smart villages in south of Sweden in Veberöd. And we would like to have some questions later on that you can ask us. So we have a Menti, as usual. You know this by now. So we have the password, 13462705. Everyone take a picture, write it down. Perfect. So, smart villages or smarta byar. This is Weber's research village for a smart and sustainable society. And Weber is not a huge village. We're talking about 5,000 inhabitant citizens with around 1,200 households. And will increase actually to 1,200 new households by 2040. So we are in those dilemma on how we can expand without copy-paste a city. How we will do that. So this is just a small picture of Weber. And I started this platform back in 2008. And I was this tall, around. I was 11 years old. So I started this communication platform for democratization processes together with the citizens of the village. And we have different types of websites and communication platforms, apps, etc., and how we can communicate with the citizens. And this still works. This is still up to date from back in 2008. This is a fundamental process and platform for smart villages that we'll talk later on. And this is supported with over 200 companies and associations locally in Veberöd. This 5,000 inhabitants, 200 companies and associations support us. So, smart villages. You know, smart coffee machines and refrigerators and so on. We implemented that in our village. So we take standard IoT sensors. We have an antenna, central in the village. So we can connect sensors so we can measure things. And then we can go and connect that through a phone or PC.
One of our first proof of concepts is this project. With the help of sensors, we were able to measure the water levels in a water bin for cows. And it would let the farmer know when it was empty and needed refilling. And so this is a picture from midsummer, which is a Swedish holiday. During the summer, a hot season. And the alarm went off for the first time, and the farmer came out to find this. And during the following 9 weeks, 25 alarms went off. And the farmer could, through her phone, track the water levels for her cows. And in the long run, it saved several cows from dehydration. This is another way to measure water levels. This is Björkhaga, a local company cultivating trees. And by attaching sensors to the soil, they could measure the water levels. And despite being in the business for several generations, none of them had any clue of the drinking patterns of the tree. So this saved them both water and time when they didn't need to check on the trees regularly, but could follow the sensors. Could you possibly deliver medication via drones? We believe this could be an alternative transportation method and could be very helpful for those who have difficulties, for example, getting to a pharmacy themselves. This is another project where we attached a sensor to several bikes for the owners to be able to track their bikes if and when they got stolen. And so unfortunately, or fortunately for this project, our bike actually got stolen. But through our app, we could track this bike and found it abandoned on the road just like this. Under the Smart Villages project, we have started a Young Smart Villages nonprofit association. And it's an association run by youth, for youth, working to achieve a smart and sustainable rural area. And one of the first projects we conducted was this water quality measuring project. This is a picture of Vebröd, and what you see on the picture is a local stream. We call it Vebrödsbäcken. And what we did was compare the ingoing water with the outgoing water. We saw an increase in zinc and phosphorus. And we like to do this comparison of are we leaving the world a better place or not? And we concluded that in Vebröd, we are unfortunately a minus village. And although we aren't terrible, we do pollute. And yeah, this has since evolved into another project where we have put this rock. It's actually a sensor, and it measures certain aspects of water quality live. This is a irrigation system which is wireless and is able to water plants from beneath. This is another thing we have done, and we have decided to include students from a Swedish university to try technological solutions in the village, such as measuring the movements of a swing, how much are we swinging, when are we swinging, and we believe this is useful in the future city planning. We've also tried augmented reality as a way of conducting business. This is several doctors trying augmented reality to see if they can work remotely. And we've also tried this with local fire department, where they wear these augmented reality glasses, and we are simulating pressing situations where they can interact. This is another project. It's smart lampposts. These lampposts register movements. When they register movement, they will light up, and when they cannot detect any movement, they will dimmer instead. By doing this, we can lower electricity costs. This is another project where we measure the traffic flow on a certain street in Veberöd. This is another example of how we can use technology to improve future city planning or rural development by seeing which roads are we using, how many cars are we talking about, how many pedestrians, what do we need to do for future Veberöd.
And we actually have a physical place. We actually started a hub, so we call it Smart Village Hub, or Smarta By Hub. So in collaboration with companies and different universities around Sweden, we have a physical place in how to test and do research of what's smart and sustainable. So for instance, how we can 3D print, for instance. In this case, we 3D print with clay, local sustainable material, and how we can use that for, let's say, a vase, or later on we can do research on how to build houses. So instead of concrete, we can use more sustainable and locally found materials. So we can print a house, for instance. We did hydroponic systems. So instead of traveling a vegetable a couple of 100 miles in a lorry or a boat, we can produce them locally. So this is 3D printed. You can download the stuff and 3D print it in our hub. So this means you can actually grow your vegetables and herbs and etc. at your classroom for your students, or in your garden or in-house. And inside the hub, we have a fab lab, fabrication laboratory. I know that I can almost guarantee that you have, in your countries, in your areas, have a fab lab around. We're over 2,000 fab labs globally. We actually have one here in Halmstad at the university where I work, for instance, as well. But here in this picture, we are teaching the citizens, youth, and new technology. So we're teaching them 3D printing, so they can be working with new technology and not be afraid of testing. And besides that, we have a 3D model of Veberöd. What's a 3D model of Veberöd? So, and how we use it. So we, together with these partners, in Lund, for instance, and region of Skåne, we did a 3D model through scanning and flying with drones. So think of it just like the hydroponic system. We did a 3D model. And we scanned the whole village with drone technology and trigonometry. And with that platform we created, we can use that as a digital platform for IoT, or reporting faults in the road, for instance. So we can actually report if it's a hole in the road instead of writing an application and send it to the municipality. Because everyone can understand a 3D model, since they can interact with it, see it physically, not instead of just writing it on a paper. So this is our 3D model. We have 50,000 drone pictures from 30 meters height. So we're talking 5 square kilometer huge 3D model. Think of going through every picture. It's quite a lot. And with this, we can put in those IoT sensors I talked about earlier. So for instance, we have a gate at the kindergarten. So if the parent leaves that open, the staff can get a notification on their phone. Oh, the gate is open, go and close it. We can measure temperatures in the local water, what do you call it? Yeah, waters. We can measure health, traffic, as you saw mentioned earlier. And then we can put an AI over this. And this can create a heat map. A heat map where we can measure and find a correlation between those different totally different types of data. And see, are you more happy, for instance, or healthier if you use more electricity, more water? And this is how we can visualize new city planning. So we can actually visualize new structures. And then we can use, through the communication platform, the citizens can actually vote what they want in their village, because it's their village, not the municipality village, because they don't live there. Yeah. And then we have a fab city. So we're talking, if you can see the names there, we're talking Barcelona, Sao Paulo, Detroit, Mexico City. These are huge cities who make a commitment to make a local production with a global corporation. And now, small village of Veblad is a newest member.
Evidently, the rural areas hold great potential, and rural development can in reality be everything we want it to be. And what we really want to emphasize is that to treasure this potential, we shouldn't be transforming villages into cities in order to provide for its needs. Instead, we need to focus on creating stronger and better and smarter villages themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn and Tim Malmgren. So many innovative ideas. I'm astonished, actually. And Mia, I don't think we have any questions. I think you filled us all with so many ideas. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Some goodies from Halland. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now we are going to see a film with Mr. Stefan Niedermoser, manager of Lag Radio 3, or Dry maybe, and he's the chair of Leader Forum Austria. Stefan will share the experience and example of Startup Village in Tyrol, Austria. So it's time for Stefan.
Dear European leader community, hello to Sweden. It's really a pity that Austria cannot take part in this big celebration, 30 years of leader. We would be really, really happy to be there. But last 2 weeks, Corona changed our life. Again, we are in a hard lockdown, and that is why we are not able to participate. But I send you best of greetings, very happy that I can show my presentation about the Startup Village via video. I will talk about the Startup Village Kitzbühel. It's in my region, in the province of Tyrol in Austria. Kitzbühel is called the most legendary sports town in the Alps. But why is that? You may know Kitzbühel because of that. The world famous Hahnenkamm race, the biggest downhill race in the world, with 50,000 spectators waiting down to see the skiers really with a fast downhill race from the Hahnenkamm. Kitzbühel has also the biggest tennis outdoor event of Austria. And for the bicycle riders, also the Austrian Bicycle Tour. Kitzbühel, the peak of the so-called Kitzbühler Horn, is always the top tour of the Austrian turn. And Kitzbühel is also home of the rich and famous. And that is why Netflix is producing a series. It will start in December, called Kids. We are not very happy about that, but we will see what this will bring. But back to the Startup Village. It's legendary in sports and in high society, I just told you. But what about business or even startups there? Just to give you a small numbers and facts of Kitzbühel. It's the capital of the district, and it's in the land of Tyrol. I already told you. Kitzbühel has 8,300 inhabitants, but 3,000 to 4,000 part-time and leisure residences plus. So there are living around 10 to 12,000 people in the weekends or on holidays, not during the week. There are nearly 900 self-employed persons. What's good? There are nearly 1,400 workplaces and 6,800 employees. And out of the 6,800 employees, there are 1,400 working in tourism regularly. Unfortunately, not now, because in lockdown, also this is closed. But you can see economically, Kitzbühel is quite good. But what about startups? So there are a lot of challenges we have to face. Because of the less space, because of the high mountains, attractive area, Kitzbühel is in between Salzburg, Innsbruck, and also Munich. They are all just 1.5 hours away. There is very high life quality, what means the price of land is really tremendous. It's horrible right now. You have to pay that much money just for grassland, and it's really hard to start business when there is no space or when the space is extremely expensive. That's tricky. The second challenge is, as I told you, Kitzbühel is famous for tourism. There is the same number of beds than inhabitants. But it's not really known for business industry and the startup community. So it's really hard to start a business when there is no proper environment. The third challenge we are facing is a lack of workers in many economic fields. And just to give you a number, in the area and also in Kitzbühel, there are twice as much open jobs than job seekers. So if you don't have a job, just come to us. There is a job for you. And probably the biggest challenge or the biggest problem, because there is no technical school or university within 1 hour driving, we are losing young people because they stay there. They do not move back to the countryside when they start to live in the bigger towns or at the place where the university is. So it's really hard when the young ones are leaving. But as you know, we are all working in LEADER. We have to face the challenges, but we have to start to act. So what have we done with our startup business, our startup village, Kitzbühel? First, we created an innovation hub, an innovation network. What means one person, fully employed, is just responsible for this topic. And beside this, with the bigger companies, there are contracts that the innovation which is generated there comes to the hub and is spread also to smaller businesses. Second, of course, we have created co-working places and also co-workation places, what means to combine working and holiday. That's co-workation. Then in the school for the 14 to 18 years old, in the commercial school, we implemented an innovation lab. What means there are computers, there are 3D printers, there are some other technical equipment everybody can use. You can go there and you can use it, you can try it, and the teachers there will help you. Then once a year, there is this Changemaker program. Around 80 to 90 youngsters, what means between 16, 17 or 18 years, they are in this program. It's 1 week, and they are accompanied by mentors, by local mentors from local companies, and they just talk about what is a business idea, how can you develop, and it's a 1 week program, always in autumn. In the summer holidays, there is a program called Coding for Kids, what means programming. so working on the computer. There is also an annual design thinking process for trainees. And they start to create ideas for their company where they are working in the field of sustainability. And this is also a very good success story because many new ideas came out of this design thinking process with these young persons. And last but not least, I told you Kitzbühel is also home of the rich and famous. And when there are rich and famous people, there is also a lot of money there. And they want to spend it in houses and so on, but they also want to spend it in businesses. And that is why there is a Business Angel Summit where startups can meet investors and can collect some money. So this is our whole toolbox for the startup village in Kitzbühel, which it's not only in Kitzbühel, also some surrounding municipalities take part, but mainly all the actions are in Kitzbühel to develop this our city of the district further in the field of economy and startup. Most of these services, or nearly all of them, are supported by LEADER or CLLD, what means money out of the development fund. And of course, we also are aware of Smart Village program and so on, but in Austria, Smart Village is under LEADER, what means there is no separate program, there is no separate money. So the Smart Village concept is executed via LEADER in the LEADER regions, nothing separately. Right now, we have one of the biggest projects. It's a pop-up startup center. Why pop-up? Because you see it there. These are 46 containers on a simple ground. Why containers? I told you before that land is that much expensive in Kitzbühel that we cannot afford to build a regular house on a regular grassland. Because no land is sold, and if it's sold, it's too expensive. That is why we have a contract with the municipality that we get this parking space and we can build there our pop-up startup center. And in this center, there will be place for 25 new startups, and there will also be some additional services from us, what means to have some fundings. There will be a local bank inside, and there will be some other mentors and startups who will help to develop your business. So this is our own startup center, what means our own. We created an association which is running this business center. I will be the chairman of this association, and we found an investor who gave us the money to invest the first part, what means the first 46 containers, and we will start with the containers at the 6th of December. So in 1 week, the first containers will come, and we open our center in March 2022. And there we hope that we really have a place for new businesses and not too expensive place where you really can start your business. You have a good environment, you have additional services, and also the other services I told you before, the other annual actions are continuously running. And that is why we are trying to find a good solution that Kitzbühel and our area does not just depend on tourism, but there should be also some other important key facts regarding businesses and economical key facts we want to help and support them with our projects. So, thank you. I really hope to see you again, whether here in our area in Kitzbühel. You are welcome as whatever you want to come, as leader delegation, as a tourist, or simply as my guest or my friend. But you can also take some investors or some startup businesses with you. I hope I could show how we support them and why this is very important for us. So thank you. See you again. Have a nice day in Sweden and a nice yeah, I hope you will come back safely, and then if the pandemic is hopefully over somewhere, we will see us again. Thank you and goodbye.
What an inspiring story. And now it is time for our last Smart Village speaker. I would like to welcome. No? There you are. Please welcome to Mr. Peter Plant, Associate Professor at Aarhus University, but also an inhabitant of Torup village in Denmark. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, let's get down to the real stuff. I represent, because I'm the chairman of Torup, 356 people. And the whole municipality is about 30,000. So the mayor reminds me that I'm just representing a minority. But which minority, I remind him. I'm actually a professor, not so much in Aarhus anymore, but in Norway. Talk about distance work. But I'm also the local action group chairman. And it covers 2 municipalities, 60,000 people. What I'd like to actually share with you is a few concrete examples of what we do. And we're smart in a different way, not as smart as you and Weberud, but in a different way. So I'll talk a little about startups, but also how communities will actually, in our case, work with the idea of startups. Why don't we sing a song? What a wonderful world. Can we do that together, do you think? Yes. That's what I usually do with presentations, but also with my students. Every morning we sing a song. I know it's a strange thing, but it's very Danish to do that. So we'll do that. Together. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces, on people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies crying, I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yeah, I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Well done. Yeah, my students love it. I thought you would. Let's get this on the map. Copenhagen, remotely down there in the corner, but more centrally placed, our little place in this municipality. Yes, the train runs. Yes, we have shared carpools and all kinds of stuff of that sort of thing. It looks like this. It's not pretty at all. There are no mountains. It's flat, it's windy, it's sandy. I know about this because I run a sheep farm. My sheep, have difficulties in actually staying on the ground because they blow away. But we're actually, in terms of the action group, we were quite conscious when we started this, and I formulated this with my group there. Oh, I don't know, about 8, 9 years ago when we started this local action group at that point. And we were quite conscious that we were trying to align our strategic goals with the goals of the EU at that time. You remember these 2030 goals? The intelligent, sustainable, and inclusive approach to growth. And we said, we don't want more, but we want better. So we're actually working with the idea of sustainability. That was interesting in those days, because we were saying, I think in 19 or 20 different places in our strategy that we would like to work with sustainability in terms of these different goals. And it was quite controversial. It was something which was seen as way out and a bit, far-fetched. It's interesting to see that now even the ministry, which is supporting us, has actually caught up with this. So now our projects have to be green and sustainable. We thought about that in those days. I just wanted to point to one little thing down here, which I thought might be of interest. You see this lovely woman with the child down there? That's one of the local action group projects. It's the local village doctor. Decentralization of the system of, doctors in our country has been centralized for a long time, and we hate that, which we have now support for. It took her about 2 months to get 1,600 clients. This is in a village of 356 people. So you see people actually voting with their feet. They don't want centralization. They want their personalized service, the local village doctor. She has about 6 kids herself, so she's actually doing well. Just to show you what it looks like, it's difficult to actually lose your way because there are 2 roads, one in and one out. That's it. We have a railway station. We have a couple of schools, about 300 kids altogether, a local school, but also what's called a continuation school. That's sort of a residential high school. So 300 kids go to school in a village of 356. So we do import them, and the train service helps us there. We have a co-op, very nice old-fashioned co-op, with food stuff for our animals, but also church, assembly hall, restaurant, bakery, secondhand bookstores, open university, music hall, music festival, documentary films, climbing wall, farming, farmers market, local council. Oh yeah, 356 people. We're busy. One thing which I thought might be of interest here is, let's see what we get here. That we actually also, we've taken some of the power back. We don't want developers to come and develop our village. We do it ourselves. So we created a local fund to buy land and sell it off again, which actually also creates income, which we distribute in the local community. So we actually create our own funding. Oh, this is difficult. Yes, it is difficult, but it's also interesting and challenging. So we bought this farm, and I was actually also a self-appointed leader of the rest of the land. There were 50 hectares, and we were buying 10 of them. What about the other 40 hectares? So I got the local farmers together and said, I want you to share these 40 hectares. How are we going to do this? I have absolutely no authority in this. But just taking, that forward step and actually leading people into the process and saying, I'd like us to decide together on this. And they were not very happy in the beginning, but they ended up being very happy with the outcome. We've actually formed a local fund, and I'm saying this in some detail because it might be of interest also to others. How can we take power back locally? And one mechanism is, of course, to put, if you like, some kind of emphasis into steering the money matters, which we've done here. So in our case, it's a legal entity. It takes about 40,000 euros to create what's called the ground capital. We did that locally within 5 weeks. Then the bank was happy because here's a responsible group of people. So we've actually bought the whole place from the start with bank loans. And we've also taken an active part in the local planning. We didn't leave the local planning to the municipality. We made the plan. In my case, I formed a group of 5 people. I said, 5 people, 5 meetings. You've got 3 months to do this. This is the grid. This is the way you do a local plan. Could you please do that? Come back in 5 months. We delivered that to the municipality. They said, hooray, thank you, you've done the work for us. 90% of what we did there in that particular one was our input. So you can see we're taking the power back to the local people. We, the people. That's what we're actually doing here. So, but we're also creating a room for business spaces, 2 companies so far in that particular area. But we're also building on a lot of experience. A so-called eco-village has been in our village for about 30 years, and lots of good energy stems from there. And they build funny houses, and some of them are terrible, and some of them are good. It's wonderful. Most of these homes are built by people themselves, and some were experts, and some were definitely non-experts. Local democracy is very important. I'm not going to go into that, but I'm actually the chairman of the local council, and everyone is a member. That's it. Child, old, young, we're all members. So you don't have to go into some kind of association. We do things together. We upcycle old buildings, and this is, I think, perhaps of interest to you as well. We've actually gone to some lengths to upcycle old buildings. This is the old railway building. The train runs, but railway buildings, nah, the train company doesn't really take an interest in that. So this is what it looked like, and he said he had cleared up already. It was all ready for us to move into. Very nice. We turned that into a local, if you like, a place for startups. And right now, on the basis of private funds and crowdfunding and local action group and so on, and a lot of voluntary work, we have in this particular building, and this is just one example, 200 square meters, that's what it is. We have the book town. We sell secondhand books and create money for cultural events. We have a co-working space, 2 international companies, one American in eco-certification, and the other one is Norwegian in automation of automation of storage. We have a farmer's market every 2nd week, local food on the basis of food mileage. We have a common garden. We have alternative transport, a recycling repair cafe, and an add-on to this, which I haven't mentioned here, people now making local cider. All this taking place here in this wonderful little building, which is a historical building from 1916, and which was falling to pieces. And we've restored the whole thing. This is an interesting thing. I think in a lot of your cases, you will also find old buildings, old farm buildings, old buildings which are left. And it takes some imagination and a lot of energy and some local action group funding to actually turn this into a hub of activity, and in our case also to facilitate startups. Lovely people. This is this guy over here. He's the cider guy, the local guy, a young family that moved into our village about 8 months ago. But we're quite used to this kind of thing, and I think you can recognize this, the crowdfunding, the idea that you form things, you actually establish things yourselves. So these are pictures from the local kindergarten, which we've built ourselves, the local school, which we've made ourselves, and so on. We don't really rely on the municipality or others to actually come along and do it for us. And dressing up for the occasion is also quite interesting. I must admit, this is what we do at our markets. We have thematic markets, farmers markets, and as you can see, this one over here was on flour. There was one here on vegetables. We dress up for the occasion, and people remember afterwards, this was one of these silly markets, people dressed up like a carrot. By the way, it's my lovely wife. That's it. Thank you very much.
What interesting work you have been doing, Peter. Oh, wait. I have a present for you.
Ooh.
And a particularly thank you for the singing. I loved it.
I love that as well. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Mörk choklad.
Yeah. Well, this day has been really full with so much facts, so many examples and really useful information that I think we do need a short summary. And who could be better in doing this than Miss Marion Eckart, welcome to the stage, and Miss Ivona Litzvan, there you are, Policy Coordinator of LEADER at the European Commission. Welcome.
Thank you. Maybe we should change.
What do? We stand, we walk, I think, to keep the audience awake.
We keep the audience
Otherwise,
awake.
if we sit, people will energy drop. We will walk around.
We will walk around
like all the young ones.
Yes.
I got inspired. I think the walking.
And I think
brings...
also it makes me waking up. And we have thought that I will start and then Ivona. Because I learned today that the power of a song is immense. God, I think it was the best moment of the whole conference until now. I really want to thank you, Peter. It's so good. And also for a fantastic vortrag. I forgot the word. Speech, you're right. Yes, I have told you before, maybe you missed it. In case you missed it, this is an event that we have signed up in the Conference on the Future of Europe, which means we will make input after this to the Conference of the Future of Europe, because we want the rural voices to be heard there. And some of the first points I will present here today from the ELARD community, and this will then be further defined the coming days in order to make like a proper input, and we will work on it together. And we have parted it in two parts, like one is like conclusions on policy and one is conclusions on CLLD. And concerning policies, the things that we have been taking with us so far is long-term vision on rural areas. We need activity and resources to go with it for rural development in order to make it reality. Where that will come from is not clear, but we need it. And we think for the rural agenda, as the French Senate is proposing, is a good idea, but it could also be other means, of course. That is one thing we want to bring up in our conclusions. And a second thing on rural policy that we want to, or on general societal policy that we want to bring up, is that we need base service guarantee for people. It needs to be designed in new and innovative ways how we provide service for people, of course, but also in the most in the places that are economically not so profitable to have service. We need to have some kind of base service, and it should be some kind of part of our societal contract that any citizen can count on, so that we know what to expect when we live in a country. And also, that also goes for welfare, of course. It is a part of the societal contract, and we are also taxpayers in rural areas. And what are we entitled to, and what should we be handling ourselves? We should have some reasonable access to hospitals and other welfare systems. Because we think that rural areas are attractive. We just need a basic service to attract people, because if you don't have the basic service, it's not possible to live there. And so that is also part about another thing that we want to bring up. It is that we need to change the story about how we talk about rural areas, because even in our own community, we hear, we have to raise the attractiveness of rural areas. No, rural areas are really attractive. We maybe just be failing service or transport, and that is not, that is service. That is not that we're unattractive. We need to talk about rural areas as places of opportunity, about their assets and their engaged inhabitants. And I think that is really important. We also want our youth to be involved, and we heard very clearly from our youth panel that we need to involve the youth in the decision making and in the shaping of the society, and I think that goes for all levels. Yeah, that is the first points that we will be proposing on rural policy, and of course a little bit more with many more words and more precise than I've been saying it now. On when it comes to community-led local development, because we have been talking about that for quite some time here on stage today, because it is our 30th birthday. We really urge to be seen for the LAGs to be seen as territorial development actors. We have been around for such a long time. It's time to take us serious in many different policy areas. And that also goes, of course, for smart villages. Of course, we are the actors that are supposed to support the smart villages. We are there already. And also when it comes to the long-term vision on rural areas, we need to involve LAGs on national, local and regional level when it comes to the shaping of the activities that are coming out of it. And then we had also from the youth panel the importance of using the local action groups as transformators into a more sustainable society. It's really important. But furthermore, we also want to cherish the international community that LEADER is. We have like an international community of rural actors, and we should support that even more. And we can do that, for example, to making it possible to work with transnational cooperation from the member state level as well. Those were the short points that I had, and I'm giving the floor to Ivona.
Yes, thank you, Marion. I'm Ivona. I work for the European Commission, and I have a clear job. My job is to make the most of LEADER and to help the member state make the most of the opportunities. I'm actually here on stage first time. I will tell you a little about myself to increase my credibility a little bit. And then I have only 4 conclusions, so don't worry, they're going to be short. I grew up in the communist Poland. I first went abroad when I was 20. I came across rural development as a linguist. In 96, somebody offered me a job to work for the EU integration. And then I asked, what? What integration? What is the EU? I don't know anything about it. I can't even dream about it. But that's why I took the job, precisely for that reason. I was working on the EU accession process from 96 till, 2003, something like that, as a linguist, as a person who can communicate. I was drafting the Polish support program simply because I could write it in English. And I decided then to get a little bit more thinking. I did a PhD in Newcastle University. Pity they are the Brexit, but it's like that. Looking at regional aspects of rural development. Quite a relevant topic for today. And then I moved to Brussels, and I was working for 7 years on the Polish Rural Development Program. And I have to say, I saw the LEADER growing, so I know what difference it can make. After that, I moved to work on Turkey and Western Balkans, and for the next 10 years, I was busy exporting the model to Turkey. And I tell you, surprise, surprise, it works. The local leader emerged a little bit by themselves when I least expected it. And they are there. The 50 local action groups with young people and the women, they are there. So now, since February, I'm sitting behind my desk in my home office. Well, I don't have a desk, I sit on my sofa. And I'm so happy for Marion that finally I can meet you and to listen. So now the conclusions are very simple because this conference was so easy and so clear in a way with the conclusions that I don't need any effort to bring a conclusion. So I have 4 conclusions. The first one is LEADER should be and is rooted in its method. And the 7 principles of LEADER are the most important thing. For every LAG in the European Union, every single LAG. In a real, true, strong way. That's my first. The second one Leader is delivering a lot of added value, but a lot of this value is not so visible. Maybe it is implicit, and it should be more visible, and we should be seen to be delivering this value. So added value. The next one, leader is already very smart and quite young, but I think with today's world and complexities that are increasing every day, we need to keep getting even smarter and maybe younger. I was quite surprised to see teenagers in the pictures today. And the final one, leader has a place in the futurium. Futurium is a building that it is today, but it's increased. It's part of the future. It's a place in Berlin where the future is shown, and we are getting comfortable in the future. Now, in concrete terms, just very briefly, on the 7 principles, we are still talking about open, balanced partnerships, full of participation, also of the ones that are maybe not so strong, and on the young people, of the women, of different groups in every single lag in the European Union. We are talking about integrated strategies and real links, real cooperation and projects that bring this cooperation. Innovation at the local level is the key to demonstrating how impressive a leader can be. We've seen it. We want to see more of it. Networking and cooperation is the source of this innovation very often. Innovation comes from seeing something else and from thinking in a different way. So we want to see all these principles being possible for every lag in every member state, 3,500 lags. Now on the added value is very strong, very clear, but very invisible in many ways. It's the social capital, it's the networks between people, it's the contacts, the getting to know, the relation, the trust, the smile, the song. It's working together. And now in the European Union, where political power is important, the politics is important, people feeling part of it is super important for citizens, for leaders, and we are doing it. We want to be seen to be doing more. So probably we will be monitoring, and maybe even we add indicators, I warn you. But we have to show it, because if it's not visible, it will stay somewhere in the corner. No, it's in the center. It's what we do. We want to be seen to be doing it. Local governance, we discussed about sometimes conflicts and mediation, not enough resources for everything, thinking in wider collective interests, and thinking in challenges that are global, that we see everywhere, and no single person, even a rich person, can find an answer to it. So the society is getting more in the collective wisdom, and leader is super in this, and hope we'll do that. And finally, what I heard here in the panel, the concrete actions we are doing, the concrete projects, every single project matters, how money is spent. And I don't need to mention that we have various bodies that are looking at the spending. So we need to make sure that leader delivers projects which have unique qualities and unique results. And there are so many of them, and we just need to maybe show them better. They are innovation, they are underpinned by hours and hours of animation before they come, or they are bringing a certain awareness, any qualities. The next one is leader getting smarter. We have seen it here, and bringing a lot of advancement from research communities, from universities, from innovation brokers, startup fora, to bring not only technological progress, but a lot of progress in brain research, in social science, in psychology, in how people mediate differences and talk together, in bringing, and also modern art, in bringing the society forward. Reader in the Futurium, we need to understand it more. We need to understand what the future trends are, various technologies and softwares, and also green transition. Everything is artificial intelligence. So I think this smart village networking and other networking are very important. Leader being young and getting even younger. I wrote here, and I have to say, I prepared it before. I put 20s and 30s. I have to cross it. No, it's teenagers. I saw age of 11, age of 14, 16. People are getting younger involved. So we know what to do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both for this excellent and very hopeful summary of the day. No present for you today, but a present for you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ivona.
Now it is almost time to finish this day, but you're not allowed to leave yet. You have to remain for a couple of minutes, because now I would like to welcome Miss Susanne Thorsson up on the stage. And Susanne, she is a member of the LAG Local Development Halland. Welcome, Susanne. And Susanne is going to tell us about tomorrow.
Yes, hi. So I think that everybody noticed that we have a snowstorm when you've been out eating, and I have had contact with a lot of the projects that we're going to be visiting tomorrow, and we're trying to do the best we can. There has been some schedule. We changed the schedule a little bit. We're probably not going to be able to be outdoors in the morning, since we think that the snow will still be falling and might be blowing. But in the afternoon, it seems like it's going to be a clear sky and sunny. But anyway, I want you to dress very warm, because you're going to be outside at some part of the day. We have planned, I brought some information. Can you put it up on the screen, maybe? You're trying to? Okay. So I want you to be outside of the theater here tomorrow at 8:15, because the aim is that we will all depart at 8:30. There are 6 different buses, and you have all a special tag. I'm going to go with the bus number 5. It's yellow. I think everybody's got a little tag on your badge, which says a number on the bus. The plan is that bus number 1 will be leaving first, and then bus number 2 and 3. So at about 8:20, bus number 1, 2, 3 will come and stand outside the theater. So they will depart first, and then 4, 5, and 6 after that. We will have staff outside from every bus, and the one who is organized or are responsible for each bus will notice themselves. They will have a number, and so when you come to the theater, please find your group. You can go around and ask us who is organizing it, and because we will have 6 different groups there, so we gather the bus on the ground, and then when the bus comes, we can climb in it and leave as fast as possible, because there are morning traffic outside as well. So, and also a lot of snow. So 8:15, and at about 8:20 we will start leaving, hopefully. And since we have a quite tight time schedule during the whole day, I really want you to listen to the one who is giving you information during the day, so that you can keep track of time and try to get to the toilet in time, so you don't end up missing the bus. I don't want you stranded anywhere in Halland tomorrow. Yeah, so there are people who is taking care of you during the whole day. And hopefully we'll be returning here at about 4 p.m. tomorrow. But I guess we'll see how much the snow will distract us and get us delayed. So I hope everybody is having patience also and understanding about the conditions. Yeah, I think that was pretty much.
That was almost all. Thank you, Susanne.
Thank you.
And the last piece of information I have for you, because we have also more urgent buses, and that is tonight. Because tonight, Marion, isn't that true? Tonight the buses for the dinner will leave outside this theater at 6:30 sharp. And I asked Beata before and said, will you do some checkup that everybody's there? No. So you have to take responsibility to be here at 6:30 at the latest. Otherwise, you will miss dinner. Okay? But now, we are finished here now. So I would like to thank you all for being here and participating and contributing with all your experiences, knowledge, and of course, all the smart and good questions. Thank you so much and see you tonight. Marion vill ha lite bilder på alla som är... Ja, Marion, vill du ha bild?